What's up, tricksters and tricksettas, and welcome to another Tier 3 sub VOD review presented by your favorite reading coach, Charlatano Papito. Today, at our coaching table, we have Arcane Twilight, which is the Raze Platinum 1 right now, main playing Ascent. Now, we're actually not reviewing the Arcane Twilight, but we are reviewing his son, Legit Unicorn. So essentially, he's only 13 years old, and another thing is that his father asked me to stay away from the profanity and, you know, the language that I usually use, which is not that good, to be honest, for kids. And I'm gonna do my best to be family-friendly charlatan today. Now, Platinum 1, Raze and Ascent. Let's dive into the questions first. Legit Unicorn here. I started as an Iron 1 2 years ago. Was Silver for over a year and now I'm Gold 3. Raze is my favorite agent, but I switched to Reyna to escape Silver Elo, and then Viper until the nerfs to climb Gold. I'm back to Raze, but what with the nerfs to Raze? I wonder if she is still viable. First of all, listen. If you want to play some kind of a agent that mainly relies on mechanical skill, right now ISO is much better than Reyna. ISO is really strong. And also, second thing, don't really follow the advices of these stupid, you know, like content creators and some, you know, coaches like, you know, play Reyna if you're Silver to quickly escape that. Listen, slow grind, slow, consistent progress. And a proper progress is always better than rushing things out and essentially like trying to reach some kind of an elo by taking the shortcuts. Because if you take a shortcut in your development, in your gameplay, at some point you're gonna be hard stuck so much in one specific elo and rank that not even God can help you escape that specific elo. So yeah, I mean, like, you can abuse ISO. ISO is really powerful right now, like an A+ tier agent, essentially, like to grind, especially for the low elos. And if you already want to play Reyna, just abuse the ISO, to be honest. But I would still recommend you to follow my general recommendations for which agents you should main. Like on my Discord server at Important Guides, I have made a completely new ranked agents tier list, and to be honest, like for a Silver Gold player, I would always recommend you to main something such as Omen, Jet, Raze, Claw, Gecko, Chamber, maybe even Yoru, Neon, ISO, Phoenix, instead of maining anything else. Because these agents here are definitely gonna develop you as a player much faster than these agents right here. And essentially, like, when it comes to Viper is dog poo-poo, essentially, on every single map as a solo controller. The only maps where she is good is like Breeze and Icebox, but Icebox if you're playing above Immortal 3. Up to Immortal 3, I would still abuse either Claw or Omen. So, like, what I would recommend you is, like, basically agents that you pick heavily impact the speed of your progress. And also on my Discord server, I recommend you to read this document. Soon I'm going to edit my new Ultimate Agents tier list and everything that I have written. You know, I'm going to explain what is this document about and how to actually choose your main agent. But I would definitely, I mean, if you're Gold or Silver, like, don't touch, like, Viper, you know, like, it's a really Dogimus Poopimus agent. Now, like, is Raze still viable? Yes. Raze is still like S+ tier agent to grind ranks in Valorant. She is not as good as she was before, but she's still powerful. You have a nade, you have a boombot, you have recon tools to deny space for the enemy team. Satchels are still good. You know, for some positions and some executes, now you need to use 2 satchels, so anyways, you need to master that piece of utility. Also, because you are a tier 3 Discord subscriber, I highly recommend you to go at the agent guides right here. And inside of that text channel, you're going to find the Raze Ranked playbook. I have currently covered every single guide, general guide, for the Raze utility usage. So essentially, I covered everything from how to use the satchels, how to use the boombot, ultimate, when to use this, when to use that. And essentially, like, everything is done. You know, so I highly recommend you to take a look at that thing in order to master her utility usage. Other than that, like, yes, especially in the low elo lobbies, like, Raze is mega powerful, mega powerful. Now, challenges. I cannot use microphone because of my age. Understandable, like, you know, when people hear kids in solo queue, some people are dented and they actually, you know, they don't know how to behave. And most of the times, they're not going to listen to your callouts. Generally speaking, like in low elo and medium elo, you don't really need a microphone. You know, you can carry every single match from Iron 1 to Immortal 3 even without speaking with your teammates. As long as you're supporting your allies, giving them the general comms, maybe through the text, you know, telling them where to go and what to do. And also, like, as long as you're providing silent support to your teammates, you can easily carry the matches. Easily. Like, generally speaking, in Valorant, silent support is more important than vocal support. Like, understanding how to, you know, compensate the mistakes of your teammates. And because 50% of times, like, players in Valorant are not gonna even listen to you. Second solution to this problem is, like, use a voice changer. I know it's a bit cringe, but there are some really, really good voice changers these days that sound mega realistic. Why not? I mean, like, if girls are using that thing, I mean, you can do it as well. Because it makes sense. You know, it's a psychological factor, like, you know, how your voice sounds and how, essentially, how confident you speak depends how much people are gonna listen to you, like, in Valorant as well. Like, it's just stupid, to be honest, but that's how things work in life, I guess. I get tilted during games. Per your recommendation, I have begun ranking up one of the accounts that I use when I play with my friends. Okay, that's good. Listen, when it comes to the tilt problem, we're not gonna talk about that. Let me just find something. Exclusive coaching content I cannot share, guys. I'm keeping my Twitch chat, you know. Just a second. I have wrote a literal. I have wrote a complete guide on my Discord server how to prevent tilt and how to avoid tilting. So, this is something that only, you know, Twitch subs, YouTube members, and, you know, Discord subs have the access to. So, inside of this forum, I've explained everything about tilting, how to prevent it, and what you can do to actually, you know, untilt yourself. Take a look at that forum because, you know, we can discuss this topic for 5 hours. Instead of doing that, just read this document, and if you have any additional questions, ask me through the private messages after the VOD review. I'm not patient during rounds. Another thing that I have a full document for this as well. Just a second. I'm prepared. You know. Ooh, just la. Sorry, thank you a lot. Do you take tracker reviews? Yes, I do tracker reviews, like, on my Discord server for tier 2 subs, and if you have 100,000 points on Twitch. Just a second. Discipline. One moment to find the forum. Discipline. What are the steps to becoming disciplined? Done. Now, this is another document and another forum that can essentially, you know, help you with this problem. Patience is trainable. You know, there is a lot of routes and a lot of trainings that you can do to become more patient. And I have kind of explained inside of this forum, like how to become more disciplined. If you have any additional questions after a VOD review, you know, essentially ask me through the private messages. I need help understanding elements of gameplay such as timings for platinum lobbies, essentially. Like, listen, like practicing timing, like feeling for timings, you can develop in 4 or 5 different ways. Like how to get better feeling for timings. Number one, developing game knowledge. Like the more you know about Valorant, the more different elements of gameplay that you learn, you become better. So every single day, you should try to improve your game knowledge for at least 1% minimum. Like figuring out like pathings, how people usually take space, figuring out different setups in ranked solo queue, following certain rules that I have explained on my YouTube channel, second YouTube channel, etc, etc. Like that's the first thing. Second thing to fix, you know, to get a better feeling for timings is like self-VOD reviews. You know, observing like essentially like how much time you have to push something, how, like where the enemies are punishing you, why they're punishing you there, etc, etc. Third thing is just playing the game. Obviously, as you play Valorant more, you develop better feeling for timings naturally. Fourth thing that you can do is like in custom server. Like I always recommend players to do some kind of a custom server practice. Like essentially, in custom server, there's enormous amount of things that you can practice, from utility usage, learning lineups, learning pathings, crosshair placement, like, but also you can develop the feeling for timings, or at least game knowledge for timings. How? You know, just walk around the map. Like figure out, like, if a player runs from position A to position B, how much time they usually need to get to a certain position. And when should you rotate based on that timing? Like, for an example, like, you know, what you can do is, you know, you're playing Bind, for an example. Like, essentially, we know that enemies need around 4 to 5 seconds if they walk to pick us into the hookah. So when I'm holding this angle, especially at 4th and 5th second of the round, I'm mega focused on the angle that I'm holding. And I'm not gonna take a sneak peek at the minimap, for an example. After like 7 or 8 seconds, if something is happening on the map, okay, then I can look at the minimap and I can, you know, put less focus on the angle that I'm holding, for an example. Or like you're playing alone on Bind. Like if I'm playing alone on Bind, I cannot sell the, let's say Ascent. Let's talk about the Ascent because it's a Ascent VOD review. So you're playing alone on the A site, and you start aggressively in the A main area of the map to get this information. We know that if you're not fighting for mid, enemies need around 10 seconds to walk from this position to this position. So we can hold the A main area of the map passively for like 8 to 10 seconds. But after that moment of time, we need to sell the A main control. Why? Because if you don't have anyone short and our teammates are not fighting for mid, we can die from the short. And then we need to make some kind of a decision, maybe close the doors and only watch the short and play retake on A site, or I don't know, like playing more tucked in towards this angle where we can hold the A main area of the map and the short in the same time, and we're not gonna get effed up based on timings. Now, probably, if you have a problem with timings, I am going to like give you some kind of a training routine for that, and also I'm going to take in consideration that your age, and that you probably, I mean, when you're 13 years old, like, I mean, he probably has time to play the game, but not that much time. He still goes to school and, you know, Valorant is not his job. So, anyways, whoever buys my tier 3 sub VOD reviews for the first time, you guys always get some kind of a training and some set of coaching videos that are gonna help you with understanding this game a bit better. Now, let's talk about the VOD. This VOD is for the map Ascent. My specific areas of interest for this VOD are the following. How should I best handle instances where my teammates leave the game AFK for a few rounds? If your teammates leave the game, like, that should never impact you mentally, physically, like, essentially, it's just part of the game. Like, remember that 40% of matches that you lose in Valorant, you are not in control. Like, it's an auto loss. Loss that you cannot prevent. 60% of games that you lose in Valorant, it is your fault. And you could have done something better. Like, if your teammate leaves the game, for an example, or AFKs for a few rounds, during those rounds, like, you really need to abuse some good off angles and try to gamble a bit more and counter the enemies. Like, don't play default. Like, for example, if you're playing on a defender side without one teammate, like, the worst thing you can do is, like, play default. You need to predict the enemies based on their pattern of pushing, based on what they did in the previous rounds, and try to kill one enemy before the enemies actually execute the site. Like, you cannot play passively, sell the map control, and just play retakes, because you're already in a 4v5 numbers disadvantage. So essentially, if I'm 4v5 on a defender side of Ascent, I'll be maybe picking up the operator if the enemies are going mid to take an easy kill here and then reposition, pressuring the enemies with one-way smoke here and maybe a nade to split them apart, take a kill, and then reposition to some secondary off angle. I'll be abusing cheesy strategies to maybe get a kill. Like, let's say I'm playing A site alone, and we are 4v5, I'm playing Raze, and I cannot really defend that site. Like, I cannot really, you know, stop the enemy's push alone. So, what can we do? We can hide here, you know, let the enemies push in. When this enemy is closing the switch, we peek, take a kill there, and then use double satchels to reposition here. And now we're playing a 4v4 retake. Essentially, you need to play more proactive. You know, on the attacker side, if you're 4v5, like, I mean, it's same as you're playing 5v5, to be honest. Like, it really depends what works for you. Like, it doesn't matter if you're 4v5 on the attacker side. Like, essentially, you know, only if your controller is AFK, then you need to play more default, search for the picks, you know, spread across the map, search for the picks, and try to kill one enemy before your teammates die. But if your controller is alive, we can still do 4-man executes, if the executes are actually working. I'll give you some coaching videos after this VOD review that are going to help you out with understanding better this concept of team play game in Valorant and how to play with your allies and how to play different numbers. What should I do if the smokes player is not smoking or smoking selfishly? On defender side, it doesn't matter. But on the attacker side, like, I mean, depends from scenario to scenario, you know, like which map you're playing. Like, for an example, on Icebox, smokes don't matter that much, and Breeze as well. It's all about, you know, mechanical skill, how you clear the angles, pathing, and stuff like that. On a map such as Ascent, like, it really depends. Really depends on a specific scenario. Like, I cannot give you a general answer to this question. Like, one thing is better than other. Where should I play on the sites? Defense. I'm not sure what's the best. We will try to cover that as much as possible during the VOD review, but one thing that can help you tremendously with better positioning and understanding the maps better in general is my ranked playbook on my Discord server. Like, in the Jet guides for every single map that I've made, I have completely explained how to play, how you should play every single position in Valorant and what you should abuse. The same angles and the same off angles that you would abuse with Jett, you want to abuse with Raze as well. So if you want to learn how to position yourself on a defender side, Asian guides. And also, on my second YouTube channel, I've done 100 free VOD reviews. In every VOD review, I explain proper positioning on the map. Also, I've shared with you some private exclusive coaching videos that are going to help you with that as well. So, you know, we don't need to waste time on that topic. That's why I am pre-recording a lot of my coaching content, so that I don't need to explain basic, Scheiße. Now, should I play off angles more? Absolutely. The more off angles abused in Valorant, it's better for you. Essentially, one rule that we should follow in Valorant is the following. The following rule. You want to abuse as many 90-10 and 70-30 gunfights before you commit 30 gunfights before you commit yourself into some 50-50 gunfight. Now, what are the 90-10 gunfights? That is something that I'm gonna explain in the videos that I'm gonna share with you. Private coaching content, like some secret tech. What are the 70-30 fights? The 70-30 fight is like every fight where you don't need to commit to the fight, or you have an advantage over the enemies. Basically engaging enemies with utility, engaging enemies on off angles, and engaging enemies on positions where you can quickly reposition after one bullet or a burst fire. Like, for example, enemies are pushing A, you're playing edge of this corner. After a burst fire, you can drop down with a knife and then, re-engage enemies again. So in a game of Valorant, smart gameplay on a defender side is a gameplay, and attacker side as well, where you're trying to abuse as many 70-30 gunfights to potentially get a kill, deal maximum amount of damage possible to the enemy team, and only then you commit to the 50-50 gunfight, if you really need to fight a 50-50 fight. Also, 70-30 fights are the fights where you hold off angles, where you are holding angles as tight as your reaction time allows you. Also, when you fight together with your teammates, whenever your teammates refrag you, that's a 70-30 fight, it's okay. Basically, we try to fight enemies together. A 70-30 fight is when you try to outplay the enemies with your utility, double satcheling, ultimate, omen smoke, shrouded steps, etc, etc. There's a lot of 70-30 fights that you can take in this game. But, once again, I'm going to share some private coaching videos with you that are going to help you with this concept. Is fast rotating a good idea? Depends on the map and depends on the teammates that you have. Basically, if your teammates are well and alive, you can trust your teammates with defending a certain position. You don't need to rotate fast. You can just chill a bit, wait to see how the round is gonna develop, and then rotate. But, and also depends which map you're playing. For example, in Valorant, we have fast rotation maps and slow rotation maps. So for an example, in the current map pool, Ascent and Sunset are the fast rotation maps. What does that mean for you? That means that on these two maps, map control doesn't even matter at all. When I say map control, you don't give a crap about B side and A side defense. And you're never willing to die for the A side or B side control. Your main focus on Ascent is team play game. So you want to make some kind of a move or rotate on the first contact between enemies and your allies and try to support them and play with them. And you never want to die alone on the site trying to defend the bomb site alone. On this map also, we value on a defender side market control and A short control over the bomb site control. So if enemies are splitting A site or B site, you always prioritize stopping the enemy's push here and here instead of stopping the enemy's push on the site. Because if enemies take the market and garden, the round becomes much harder and enemies have many more possibilities and opportunities how they can F you up essentially. Also, like, on fast rotation maps, you want, in almost every single full buy round, for the enemy team, you want to pressure the enemies in the main areas of the map with some kind of a strategy or peek, and try to potentially get a kill, and then, you know, slowly rotate back towards your teammates and play on a refrag potential. So, depends which map you're playing, you know? Like on a slow rotation maps like such as Lotus, we value map control on the same level as we value the team play. Like on these maps, you want to rotate based on a certain set of indicators. This concept, once again, I have completely explained in the video called like coaching intro that I've shared with you through the private messages. So take a look at that video, and that video is going to explain like how fast you should rotate on different maps in Valorant. But also, like, if you're playing a slow rotation map and your teammates are dog poo-poo, they're instantly dying and just, you know, selling the map control, you should be rotating much, much faster, like, essentially. A lot of these questions are going to be answered, like, in the videos that I'm going to share with you, like, you know, I kind of need to save my voice, and that's why I pre-recorded a lot of my coaching content, so I don't need to waste my time on some basic concepts such as this one. Should I save my nade for the post plants? Absolutely not. That is the 6th question. You should always use the nade whenever you think that your nade is going to be useful to pressure the enemies, maybe get a kill, whenever you're fighting the enemies, to separate the enemies apart, and to kill them, you know, easily. Like, you're never saving your nade for the post plants. You're using your nade when you see the first opportunity to F up the enemies, split them apart, and maybe take some easy kills. And that's it. But you should never waste your nades. I mean, the worst nades that you can do are the ways to stop the enemy's push or delay the enemy's push. That is stupid. Or doing an instant nade at the start of the round blindly without any information where the enemies are at that moment of time, for an example. And on attacker side, like, you know, you always want to use your nade to execute the bomb sites. If I'm playing Ascent, like, your default execute on Ascent A site, for an example, is dropping the nade here or here, then using one satchel with a bunny hop to reach this position, or using 2 satchels to reach this position on top of the generator or behind the generator, and then you're fighting together with your teammates, waiting for them to push in and playing together. Like, you should always be using the nade to deny some space from the enemy team, clear some of the angles that maybe your teammates didn't clear with Initiator's utility, and that's it, essentially. You know, if you don't have, God forbid, if you don't have an Initiator, like, you should be using the nade to deny the space. And also, you know, you should be using the nade to destroy the enemy's utility. Like, you're playing Ascent, you know, and you're pushing B-side against the Killjoy. Killjoy is always using nanoswarms here and here with the alarm bot. What do? We just throw our nade from this position here, and we're trying to destroy her utility before the execute. Or we can throw the nade through the windows of B-site, of B-main area of the map, and destroy the nades, destroy the utility in the speedway. Like, you don't want to save the nade for the post plant. Like, you're using the nade as soon as you see a good opportunity to use it for something useful. On attack, should I focus on mid more? Depends which map you're playing, but generally, this is how the story... I'm gonna explain you the story of Ascent a bit later, when we start the VOD review. Should I be more passive-aggressive? I don't know. We'll see, like, you know, in the VOD. But generally speaking, like, on the attacker side, how passive or how aggressive you should play depends on your teammates, not really on the enemies, you know? Like, how your teammates play depends how passive or aggressive you should play. That is another concept that is gonna be explained in the exclusive coaching videos that I'm gonna share with you later. And on a defender side, like, depends what works for you, like, and then, you know, which map you're playing. Like, for an example, you know, every single slow rotation map, such as Haven or Lotus, you can start a bit more passively. You know, in the first, like, let's say, in the first 4 or 5 rounds. But if you notice that the passive gameplay is not working, you need to turn on the aggressive gameplay. Lotus as well, like, for example, I never pressure the enemies in the aim in the first 3 rounds. But in a 4th round, I already need to make a decision, like, are we losing this match and rounds because we are selling this, and this map control to the enemy team? If the answer is yes, we need to pressure the enemies. Also, like, but if you notice that the passive gameplay is working, just keep playing passively, of course. Like, on the fast rotation maps, I mean, usually the best idea is to contest the enemies a bit more aggressively, like, in the main areas of the map, by abusing some kind of a strategy or setup or a specific angle holding technique, like to take more space. You know, like a very good idea on Ascent is to always take the A main or B main control with a one-way smoke here or here, and to maybe pressure the enemies on mid a bit, like to try to get a pick. So, especially if you're playing Raze, like, you know, you should start the majority of your rounds closer to the choke points or somewhere in the mid area of the map to potentially get a pick by abusing some good angle holding technique or your utility. Because with the Raze, what you can do, like, you know, you can just bing chill here. Enemies are pushing. When the enemies are somewhere here, you can bounce the nade, pressure the enemies, split them apart, and take some easy kills on these enemies, and then rotate back onto the site. So, this question also depends on a lot of factors, but it is going to be completely answered during the VOD review and in the videos that I'm going to share with you. So let me just mark down, like, actually I'm just going to share every single video with you, to be honest. Additional general questions. Should I install or wait to see if there is a smoker on my team? Instalock. Like, generally speaking, in low elo, like, in Valorant, better team will always win. Literally always. It doesn't matter which team comp you have. Only in high elo and pro elo, the team compositions are important to some degree. It is important that you have a controller, but in low elo, from Iron 1 to Diamond 3, you can win a match with 5 duelists, you can lose a match against 5 duelists. Better team will 90% of times win that match. So, but if you're already maining some controller, you know, like you're maining Omen, for an example, and Raze, you can hover the Raze and maybe fill Omen, if you feel equally comfortable on both agents. How big should my agent pool be? Generally speaking, like, from Iron 1 to Diamond 3, you know, you should have at least, like, 2 agents that you truly main, and 2 agents with which you fill. And from Ascendant 1 to Radiant, like, you need, like, 3 main agents and 3 fill picks. Usually. So, you know, right now, you know, up to Ascendant 1, I would just recommend you to fully learn and master, like, 2 agents, and to have, like, 2 alternative picks that you can maybe fill if you're not feeling good playing your main characters, or you need to fill, essentially. How many games should I play a day? If you want to see some significant improvements, the minimum optimal amount of games that every single player in Valorant should play is 3. 21 matches per week and around 90 matches per month, which equals to 180 games per year. Per act, sorry, not year. So, like, if you want to keep up with the game, if you want to have consistent development as a player, you need to play, 3 games per day. And to have like a good warm-up routine that lasts like 10 to 15 minutes. And to also have like some kind of good training that lasts for like 30 to 45 minutes or 1 hour. Like training can be anything, like VOD reviewing, custom server practice, utility user practice, like watching some guides, videos, like taking the notes, like essentially it can be anything, like it doesn't need to be one type of training. So like, that's how much time an average player in Valorant needs to invest if you want to have a consistent development in Valorant. How long should I warm up for? I just said, like, warm up should be like 10, 15, maximum 20 minutes. You don't want to get fatigued. You don't want to get bored. You want to just warm up. Warm up is not training. Warm up is just getting warmed up. Like, essentially, maybe one deathmatch, one team deathmatch, focused deathmatch and team deathmatch on some problems, and a bit of aim labs or Kovacs, and that's it, essentially. And a bit of practice range, maybe, some specific task. What days of the week are best to play Valorant, I guess? Listen, like, the best time to play Valorant is Monday, Friday, business days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Why? Because all of the gorillas in the jungle play the game at Saturday and Sunday. Like all of these people that are working 9 to 9 job, all of these players that are, dented, all of these players that are just, they don't give a single flippin' F about the game, they usually play during the weekends. Like the worst time to play Valorant is during the weekends, and I generally never play during the weekends. During the weekends, I play maybe 1 or 2 games and that's it. And I grind from Monday to Friday. Because, if players have like time to grind during the business day, the game is their life, essentially. Not their life, but they're in the game. And also, like, what I would avoid is playing Valorant at specific hours. Like, I would never play way too early in the morning and way too late at the night. Like, I would say that the queues are the worst from 10 p.m. to around 1 p.m. 1 p.m. And the best from 1 p.m. to like 9 p.m. Your time. Depends in which time zone you are. So I never play Valorant at early morning. Like, some players, you're maybe gonna play with a player that started playing at night, at 3 a.m. and he's still playing up to 10 a.m. like, or 9 a.m. like, it's crazy. And I kind of try to avoid as best as I can to play after 10 p.m. because, once again, you never know with who you're gonna play. There might be a player that just played like 15 matches in a row, and then like he lost 10 out of these 15 games. He doesn't give any, he doesn't care anymore, and he's just gonna troll your match. So quality, the best match quality is like usually between 12 or 1 p.m. up to like 8, 9, maximum 10 p.m. Because at 1 p.m., 12 p.m., like, people are still fresh. You're not gonna get any all-nighters. People just woke up, they're ready to grind. They forgot about the 10 games lost streak from the last day, and they think they're gonna win today. But TLDR, they're gonna lose 10 games in a row again because they are stupid. And they didn't get my coaching. Now, in eco rounds, is it worth to buy a sheriff or just go classic? Heavily depends, like, which agent you play, what is the strategy, what is the tactic. Like, for eco rounds, like, what is a full eco round? Full eco round is like when you want to invest less than 1,000 credits. Depends. Like, abusing the classic pistol shorty strategy, and shorty in general, is really good with Omen, Jet, and Raze. And movement agents, like, for an example. Buying a sheriff on the long-range maps, sure, fine. Why not? Like, buying the classic pistol with a heavy shield when you have the Raze ultimate, or Jet ultimate, or Chamber ultimate is, you know, a good eco round. Like, I mean, that's already a full buy round. So, you know, economy management on maps and what you should do in eco rounds, hull buy rounds is once again explained in my map guides, in my live VOD reviews on every single map. And it really, like, I cannot give you a general answer. It's impossible, you know? Like, sure, if your aim is good, you know, it's good to buy a sheriff, to force a sheriff, like, in some eco rounds to maybe get a potential kill, as long as you're not hurting your economy for the next round. As long as you can buy, you know, a heavy shield, Vandal Phantom, Operator, whatever you want to buy in the next round. Is listening to music a good idea? Listen, personally, I can never play with the music. It's an FPS game. I want to be fully focused. I'm not playing something like League of Legends, you know? I need to listen to the footsteps. I need to hear every piece of sound resonating in my eardrums to react as fast as possible. Music distracts me. But there are some players that prefer playing with music and that essentially perform better. This is something that you need to figure out for yourself. So essentially, like, if you notice that you play better with music on, as long as the music is not too loud, where it's really effing up, like, the sound of the footsteps, okay, sure, fine. You know, if you can hear the footsteps, if music makes you perform better, you can do it. But I don't know, music can be a huge distracting factor, same as the skins in Valorant. Like, it's much better playing Valorant without the skins in terms of distractions. Like, the only reason why skins are kind of like aimbot, like in Valorant, is because sound of different skins makes you feel more confident, you know, like to take a fight, and that's a good thing. But generally speaking, like, skins are just a distraction. That's why I played my whole CS career and PUBG career without a single skin. I never bought a single skin in Counter-Strike or PUBG. Like, I always played with defaults. In Valorant as well. The whole, like, 2020 and 2021, I purchased maybe Prime Vandal and that's it, essentially. And then I dropped like $3,000 into this game like a monkey. Anyways, you should boycott Valorant for the skins. Like, literally, you know, they're scamming us, bro. They need to make this game better. They're effing microtransactions, like. So, as long as the things are not distracting you, you know, as long as the music is not a distraction for you, sure, you can do it. Why not? Okay, that was a lot of questions, but a really good topics to talk about. I'm sorry, chat, and I'm sorry to everyone watching this review, like on YouTube and Twitch, but I really cannot waste my voice and my time explaining the topics that I've already covered, either in the previous VOD reviews or like in my coaching videos. Like, the reason why I pre-recorded a lot of, like, why I have these exclusive coaching videos on my Discord server as an option to buy is because I pre-recorded like enormous amount of coaching content and topics that every single player should understand in Valorant. Like, just with this coaching program here, I mean, you already got a content that's gonna carry you from Iron 1 to, like, I don't know, like Immortal 1, essentially. Like, some training routines and stuff like that. Okay, that's that. Now, tracker review. We have a bit of a problems here. Like, when it comes to your performance, your playtime is mega suboptimal. Like, listen here. You need to grind more. I told you, 3 games per day is the minimal optimal amount of games that you want to invest if you are serious about, improving in Valorant and reaching like Radiant or Immortal and high elo. Playtime is mega suboptimal, and essentially you just need to play more. Period. Also, listen here. I would heavily recommend you don't play on more than one account if you have less than 40 or 50 hours to play during an act. Like basically, if you have less than 50 hours, 50, 60 hours to play during an act, so in 2 months, play on one account. It is not worth it. But if you're playing Valorant for more than 50 or 60 hours, play on 2 accounts. And if you're playing, or like in 2 months, if you have like more than 120 hours to play game, and you're below Immortal, you can play on 3 accounts. Easily. And once you reach Immortal and Radiant, like, my recommendation would be always to grind on 2 accounts. Never play on 3, 4, 5. That's just stupid, obviously. So with this playtime, I cannot recommend you to play on 2 accounts because this is way too low already. Like, splitting this playtime on 2 accounts would be just very, very stupid. Other than that, like, I mean, reaching Platinum 1 in 165 hours with this playtime, that's really good. Like, you're already in the top 30 or 40% of players in Valorant. Easily. Maybe even 30%. 25, 30. Like, some players are stuck in the same elo for, like, years. And they play thousands and thousands and countless of hours of Valorant. So I firmly believe that simply based on this tracker, if you implement everything, but literally everything that I'm gonna share with you after this session, if you implement the training that I'm gonna share with you, if you implement everything from the rank playbook here, brother, you are already Immortal player. Like, instantly Immortal player. I promise you. Like, in the next 2 months, if you do the training that I'm gonna share with you, and you try to apply every single rule tip that I'm gonna talk about, and also that you have the free content, like this year, and you bump up your playtime as well. Like this year, you're Immortal player like this, without even trying, to be honest, without even trying. And Radiant probably next year. This is really good. Chat, how many games maximum in one day? I mean, the maximum amount of games really depends mainly on your focus. Individual focus as a player. Like, if you cannot focus for more than 5 matches, 5 matches is your maximum. Like, maximum amount of games is something that you need to find for yourself. Just when you feel tired, when you feel you're not ready to play, don't play. Simple as that. Personally, I always recommend that the maximum cap should be around 9. For 90% of the players, usually the maximum cap should be like 9 per day. After the 9th match, like, there's no way you have the, mental power to continue in this game. Okay, not bad. Not too shabby. The problem with this tracker is, there's not a lot of data. Like, there's not many things I can tell you about this tracker, because this is really good, my friend. Like, this is really good. Just look at this, man. In 28 matches, okay, 14-14, 175 ADR, 1.2 KD, 80% average headshot percentage, which is okay. This number doesn't matter that much. Like, these stats, not that... Actually, with these stats, you can easily get Diamond or Ascendant if you just play more. The only stat that is on the verge of being bad is KST. Like, one thing that you need to focus on a bit more is closing out the rounds. You need to focus more on staying alive and controlling the outcome of your rounds. You need to bait more and play a trading game. Not bait and sell your teammates, but try to play on the refrag potential with your allies. Try to stay alive more. Especially in the low elo lobbies. There is no trust. You never trust your teammates. You never know with what type of a mental gorilla, mentally dented gorilla, you're gonna play in ranked solo queue. In this elo. Like, if you are not alive, just remember this rule. In low elo, if you're not alive to control the outcome of your rounds, you're just praying to God that your teammates are gonna win that round. Even if you leave your teammates in a 4 versus 1 scenario, they can lose that round. There's a 50% of chance they can lose that round. And that's why I don't like your KST, because your general KST is like 73%. This number should always be like 74, 75. And, you know, with this ADR and this KD, it's impossible to have 50% win rate. Literally impossible. So what does this tracker tells us? This tracker tells us that you're focused on taking the gunfights way too much. Kills in Valorant don't matter if you don't win the games and if you don't win the rounds. Every round where you take like 2 or 3 kills and you lose it, you lost the round by taking some kind of a gunfight that you didn't need to take. Like, it is much better if you win a 13-11 match with a 13-11 score where you had like 13 impactful kills to close out the rounds and you only died in the rounds that you've lost, instead of having a 25 kills and 25 deaths in a match that is 13-11, where you died 25 in every single round. Plus you got revived by your sage and you died again. So that's why you have 25 deaths. Like, you need to reduce the amount of deaths that you take and value your life a bit more. I don't even need to look at your matches. I know that's a problem. 28-18 in a 39 match. You died 18 times in 21 rounds. How? Impossible. 13-8, 21-18. In 21 round again. This is 22-21. 18 times again. Sorry guys, like, I'm not a mathematician coach. Calculus skipped. Now, value your life a bit more. Even these type of matches. Like, you want to match 13-8 and 13-8, 14 deaths. How 14 deaths? Like, how do you have 14 deaths with 21 and 22 kills? Because you take 1 kill. You want to take another kill. You want to take another kill. You want to take another kill. Stop fighting. You need to have a set of tasks that you want to complete. And once you complete them, you turtle in and play with your teammates on a refrag potential. Usually your task is just to make numbers advantage and just play on refrag. That's it. Simple as that. Or take space, wait for your teammates to come in, fight with them. Don't push forward. Don't over-aggress. You know? Like, it's impossible to have like 50% win rate with these statistics. You need to be magician. This also tells us that, like, your clutch percentage is very low. But why is your clutch percentage low? Because you're not even ending up in that many clutch scenarios, you know? And remember, like, 50 or 60% of your 1v1s and 1v2s, you should be winning. So you can do something better in terms of your 1v1 and 1v2 scenarios. Last death 70 in 28 matches. And that's like optimal number. To be honest, staying alive 70 times in 28 matches, that's okay. But it can be better for this elo. Like, in this elo, you really need to value your life. Like, especially this type of a player that, like, this kid is really good, man. Like, really, really good. Like, it has really good stats. You know? Yeah, I firmly believe that you can out-aim and outplay like 90% of these gorillas in platinum, gold, and diamond. You should value your life a bit more. Don't, like, blood is not everything that you should see in your eyes. Like, close out the rounds and win them. Let me see something. Oh, yo. Let me see this. Listen here. If I was you right now, I would focus. Like currently, just a second to see something. Just to check something. It's okay, I mean, like, depends from the act to act. Like in the previous act, like your attacker side was much bigger problem than defense, but overall, like, defender side is your bigger problem. You know, on defense you perform a bit worse than on attack, and that's a huge problem for this elo. Like, you know, majority of games in Valorant, you win or lose based on how you perform on a defender's side. And on a defender's side, it is much easier to control the outcome of the games, counter the enemies, and play with your teammates. Because at the end of the day, you know, you can just play 5v5 retake 24/7. Who cares? Listen here. Okay, I really have nothing to add. Like, the problem is, like, the main problem of this tracker is not too many hours, you know, like, he didn't really play that many games, and like, one of your main problems is playtime, essentially. Like, I firmly believe that in one act, so in one ranked act, in 2 months, if you have like 180 matches, you can easily get in Ascendant and Immortal. Easily. Maybe not Immortal, but Ascendant guaranteed. With these stats. Just playtime is really stopping you. And what does he mean? Raze and Claw at the moment. Well, listen, like, based on how you perform in these lobbies, you know, and based on everything that you've asked me, I would heavily recommend you to play carry agents and agents that are versatile and self-sustainable. You know? Like, I would easily recommend you to, you know, play these 3 agents as your mains. Jet, Omen, and Raze. Gecko, Claw, and ISO. You know, in this low elo, I wouldn't complicate things. Like, based on your stats, I would just run it down with Omen, Jet, Raze, Claw, Gecko, and ISO. I wouldn't touch Chamber, like, you don't need him, to be honest. Yoru as well, too much complication, like, in general. Neon Phoenix, F it up, like, who cares? Like, Cypher, like, don't even touch him. I don't know. You perform really well. Really good stats. And if you already perform so good, like, just run it down, man. Just shit on these people, huh? No, you can easily benefit from simple agents that have a hard carry potential. Like Jet, Raze, Gecko, Claw, Omen. I mean, Omen is not simple, but he's gonna teach you a lot of different things about the game. Just F the Viper. Don't play the Viper, don't play Sky. You're playing Sky in this elo. You know? You don't need Chamber, like, if you're already playing Jet, Raze, Claw, Gecko, Omen, ISO. You don't need chamber. I feel like if you learn Yoru, he's a S tier, like people can't counter him. Yeah, but listen, you know, it's really like it's too much complication for, you know, very low amount of benefits and how do you say that sentence in English? Like too much effort for, you know, for the reward that you're getting. Like in this low elo, it's much easier to run it down with Jet, Raze, Omen, someone like Iso, you know, Gecko, Claw, instead of complicating things with Yoru. Why would you do that? Because Yoru is too complex. Like it requires a really high like level of game knowledge and high level of feeling for timings and stuff like that. And also like another problem of Yoru is like Yoru is not really teaching you everything about the game. I mean, the only agent in Valorant that really teaches you everything about Valorant is like Omen. Omen really develops your map awareness, feeling for timings, feeling for utility usage, when to play alone, when to play aggressive, passive, everything. Yes, your progress is maybe going to be a bit slower with Omen than, let's say, with someone like Iso in this elo, but it's going to be more beneficial. Once you reach like Ascendant, you're not going to be hardstack Gorilla. So yeah, I mean, you can keep playing what you're playing thus far. Like just avoid, you know, Sky. No need to play Chamber. Then like what you played here, Viper. Don't do that to yourself. You know. Don't do that to yourself. And when it comes to loadouts, everything is good. Like, you know, this is a really good tracker. This is a really good tracker, guys. There is really nothing for me to talk about here. Except your KST. A good performance in every round, like, my dude is grinding. The only thing I have to talk about is that your weapon versatility is very low. Like in Valorant, what you're aiming for is to simplify things as much as possible and to abuse the cheesy strategies that can easily get you some free kills, and then you play on a refrag potential with your teammates. Especially if you want to become a more valuable asset to your allies in semi-buys and eco rounds. Like basically, you know, you have way too many kills on Vandal and Phantom compared to other weapons. You know? Like in top 7 weapons, every single player in Valorant should master Vandal and Phantom, or Vandal or Phantom, depending what you prefer. Shorty, Operator, Outlaw, Stinger, and basically like 2 pistols. You know, classic pistol and a sheriff, essentially. So a versatile player in Valorant has that type of a tracker, where like top 8 weapons, top 9 weapons are like Vandal, Phantom, Classic, Ghost, Sheriff, Operator, Outlaw, Shorty, and I don't know if I forgot some Stinger, essentially. So I highly recommend you to try to implement more Shorty as a primary secondary weapon when you have Vandal or Phantom, to trade yourself for some easy kill through the smokes, or to double satchel the enemy's face and just, you know, F them up. Also in eco rounds, Shorty is amazing. Abusing the classic pistol Shorty strategies is really easy on some of the maps, like Haven, Bind, Split, Ascent, for an example. Judge should also be something that you abuse in this elo, like especially on claustrophobic maps, such as Bind, in the rounds where you cannot purchase a Vandal or Phantom with a heavy shield. Outlaw, Outlaw you need to use more, definitely. Like, on a defender side, on any map in Valorant, you see that 3 or 4 enemies have less than 3,800 credits. You buy the Outlaw. Easy, body shots, very good weapon to also kill the enemies in the full buy rounds, when the enemies have the heavy shields, like, bop, 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 bop. Body shots left and right, like, you don't even need to try. An operator, like, you pull out this is the elo stick. Like, whenever you notice that enemies have bad pathing, bad utility usage, they don't know how to execute the bomb sites, like, we pull out the op and take an easy kill, make the numbers advantage, maybe 2 kills, and then play with our teammates. So yeah, like, your weapon versatility needs to be better. If you want to become a more valuable ally and more versatile player in Valorant, especially once you reach like Ascendant and Immortal Elo, that is mega important. Like, it is always better for you to learn different playstyles, different weapons, and different strategies and timings in this low Elo, instead of learning all of this in Ascendant and Immortal. Because you will be hard stuck in Ascendant and in Immortal for a very long period of time. A lot of the players that are hard stuck Immortal are mainly hard stuck because their adeptness is at 0%. Like, every eco round, they force a sheriff. Every full buy round is just a vandal. Like, there's a lot of Immortal players that never touched Operator, or Outlaw, or Odin, or Judge, or Shorty. It is so much easier to abuse. Like, everything that Valorant is giving you as a game to abuse, you should abuse. Like, you want to reach high elos by any means, by abusing any means necessary. Now, of course, don't buy the accounts and don't be like a Wukujin, you know, but just abusing the meta, weapons, strategies, cheesy strategies that are good on a specific map. Okay, other than that, we can dive into the VOD review. So, Platinum 1, Raze on Ascent. Let me see this. Let's go on to Ascent. Papito showed how you can easily rank up to Immortal using double satchels like 5% of the time. Listen, with Raze right now, you need double satchels a bit more than before. You know, if you want to reach certain positions, but still, like, there is a lot of the executes where you only need like 1 satchel. Like, now, learning double satcheling is definitely more important because you travel shorter distances. But, I mean, like, is it really that complicated? I mean, I explained everything in my rank playbook, like, literally, how you cannot master this? Like, basically, I mastered double satcheling in, like, 2 days. You know, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's so easy to develop a feeling for this. Like, you spend, like, I don't know, 2 days for, you know, 2 days, 2 hours in a custom server, jump around the map, try some execute some tactics, you know, like that you would usually do in game, and voila, like I don't know why would it be that complicated. It's so easy to master this utility usage. Like, just develop a feeling for the, you know, green circle, yellow circle, red circle, and go out. I do think a cooldown period is nice for a kid, because he might try to play one more match after 9 PM. What? I found cooldown periods. What? Okay. Okay, Ascent. Listen here, boys. Story is very simple. Number 1, bomb site and our default bomb site, A site. Number 2 priority, B site. Number 3 priority, mid. But also, you know, this can be our number 3 priority and this number 2. Essentially, A site is our default bomb site. Basically, a site that we want to prioritize to attack or defend when we have no idea what enemies are gonna do next. Site that is easier for the post plant and harder for retake. Now, generally speaking on Ascent, the best idea in the first 4 to 6 rounds is to abuse 5-man executes on A site and B site before we start defaulting, faking, or like, I don't know, splitting the map, for an example. But your pattern of pushing on Ascent heavily depends on enemy's team composition. Like, if enemies... Let me just pull up these guys right here. So, if enemies have 0 or 1 of these sentinels here, 3 rounds in a row, we call for the push on A, and then in a 4th round, we fake A and go B. Who should fake the A site? Initiator and maybe as, you know, the most useless teammate in your team composition. Like here, for an example, who should fake the A site? Sova and Killjoy, for an example. While Astra, Raze, and Breach are slowly taking the space in the B main area of the map and listening for the enemy's rotations. Plus, Astra can do the fake smoke on the A site to fully sell the push. If enemies have 2+ of these guys, you know, maybe they have a Killjoy plus Sage, Sage plus Cypher, then we need to split the map immediately in the first round. So basically, we either want to do a 2-3 push onto the A site through A main and A short. Spike goes here, you go here, or we want to do a 1-4 push onto the B site. Spike goes here, you go here. Now, and depending how the first round goes, depends what you want to do next. You know, like basically when enemies have like 2 sentinels on Ascent on a defender side, you need to play a bit more default. You need to take more like A short and garden control, market control, and to split the map a bit more. But if you notice that enemies' sentinels are stupid, and that your 5-man pushes are actually working just through the main areas of the maps, just do that. Like in a game of Valorant, especially in the low elo lobbies, you want to simplify your gameplay as much as you can. Period. Now, first round of this match. Enemies have 4 duelists and Sova. Classic gold platinum match. Now, what we do. So, what is the weakness of this team composition? The weakness is not actually that they don't have a controller. The main weakness is they don't have a sentinel on a defender's side. Against this team composition, every round, I will be doing a 5-man push on either A site or B site. As long as that's working for us, and we don't need to change anything. It is just absolutely stupid to split the map, default, against this team comp. They have nothing to stop your push and to properly defend the bomb sites. So, 3 rounds in a row, we're pushing A site. In the 4th round, faking A, going B. Now, with the Raze, if I'm pushing A site in the first round, essentially I would always buy a classic, light shell, and 2 satchels. In the first round, when I'm buying the classic, always prioritize satchels in the first round. Satchels are much more versatile and much more important piece of utility because it helps us to engage the enemies, displace them, you know. Boombot is just a recon tool that is very underpowered and very nerfed, to be honest. Not worth buying it. And your job is to run in front of your teammates, jump spot the enemies, pressure the enemies back in the main area of the map, jump spot the enemies here, wait for your teammates to come, and now we're either using this nade at the backside, or this nade here, and then just with one satchel reaching this position or this position. I'm waiting for my teammates to come together with me, and then I'm fighting together with my teammates on the actual bomb site. Of course, like, where you want to do, like, where you want to do just a second, where can I put this? Like, where you want to do the nade heavily depends on you know, which angles your teammates have cleared with their utility, initiator abilities, like which angles you need to clear with a nade. If your teammate Sova revealed an enemy there, but just, you know, send a nade there, like, and pull that enemy out, kill him. I would never in my life on Ascent in the first round buy the Ghost. It's a medium range, close range map. We can easily close the gap with the satchels on Raze. And I would never buy the Boombot. Ever. Classic Light Shield 2 satchels. Okay, let's see this first round. Now, this peak is also something that I would never risk myself. Unless enemies are playing this position 24/7 and I want to counter them maybe with an outlaw, operator, sheriff, or try to delete them. Why would I risk my life fighting the enemies in the A main area of the map? No reason. Jump spot the enemies, get the information for your crosshair, and then bop, 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 move forward. Like, essentially, when you're playing any agent in Valorant, especially duelist, like, you cannot, like, you want to reduce the amount of deaths that you take in the main areas of the map. Like, it should never happen for you that you die before you execute some position. Like, every single time when you die here, die here, die here, die here, you could have done something better. You either could have engaged the enemies better, you could have cleared the angles better, you could have jump spotted the enemies and took the information about, like, there's always something better you can do. Just remember, if you're dying here, 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 in the main areas of the map, you could have done something better. Always. And the amount of deaths should always be minimal.
Placing sentry.
Revealing area.
Reloading.
Okay.
Enemy spotted mid.
Okay, listen. In this round here, okay, enemies pressured us, like, they made a sandwich out of us, they pinched us from two different positions. Like, listen, the most common play that you're gonna see from enemy Phoenix, from Phoenix players on Ascent, is like doing the Molotov here and going for the flash. Whenever your team is full for this play, always try to support your teammates with a nade and disallow the Phoenix to go for the peak, so that your teammates can escape that position. Now, in this scenario, that really doesn't matter right now, because, you know, this Astra would have been dead anyways. But here, if the enemies that are lurking and flanking behind you already so close to you, always try to deal with the enemies, with them, before they connect with the rest of the team. Like, here for an example, you know, enemies in aim and area of the map are playing a bit more passively, and they're just pressuring us from the choke point. But these two idiots are pushing behind us, and if they connect, you know, if they make a sandwich out of us here, it's over. We cannot fight the enemies on two different locations at the same moment of time. Like, you should never allow the enemies to make this type of a sandwich out of you. Like, in this situation, I would have went back, fought with my Killjoy, tried to kill the Reyna and Neon, and then deal with the enemies in the A main. Okay. Okay. Anyways, yes, we lost this first round. Enemies did a good play, whatever. But we learned a lot in this round. So what we learned in this round is that enemies love to play very aggressively. Number one. Number two, Phoenix is probably going to be a default player on the A site, repeating this flash molotov play a lot of the times. So we need to be aware of that. Raze likes to use his nade at the start of the round to pressure us back. We need to be aware of that as well. Now, even though we lost this first round on attacker side, sure, we can push A set again, no problem, and basically try to create this pattern of pushing that we were talking about, pushing the A site 3 rounds in a row, and then in a 4th round faking A and going B. If the enemies are mega aggressive on a defender side, I mean, usually the best way to counter those enemies is just play default, hold the passive angles, wait for them to push you, and just kill them. Done. There's a lot of good off angles that you can hold. Like, basically, we can hold something like this, wait for the enemies to push, bap, delete one enemy. We can hold something like this, wait for enemies to push B main, bap, take an easy kill, hold maybe this type of a position, bap. Like, essentially, enemies that are this aggressive, the best counter against them is just defaulting more and just, shitting on them as they are like pushing into our traps and into all of these off angles. Now, in this round here, so right now we're playing a second eco round. We know for a fact that enemies are going to be more aggressive. And we already saw that enemies have a terrible team composition and they're playing brainless. What do? In eco rounds, you don't really value your life that much. In eco rounds, your main job is basically to trade yourself for as many kills as possible in order to allow your teammates to have higher chances of winning that round. So, right now, because I know that enemies are going to be aggro in the A main area of the map, and Phoenix is maybe going to go for the molly flash play. I'm going to buy a shorty with 1 satchel. I'm going to silently jump on here, wait for the nade, wait for the molotov. As soon as the Phoenix does the molotov, if the Raze is coming close, already then I can use a nade, satchel, and just bop, take an easy kill. Maybe take her gun and continue the fight. If the Raze is not aggressive, Phoenix is going for the play, I can just wait for the Phoenix to use the molotov, use the satchel. He goes for the flash, I use the satchel, take an easy kill. Essentially, even on the attacker side, with movement type of agents, like Shorty is so easy to abuse to get those free kills, pressure the enemies back, trade yourself for a few kills, then your teammates can pick up the guns from the dead enemies and they will have higher chances of winning this round. Like, that round really gave us a lot of info, what's gonna be happening a lot in this match. Like, I mean, enemies are probably like tilted, like enemies are probably like just they install 4 duelists, like they don't care. Like, these type of enemies are the hardest to fight because they don't care. But I mean, the easy counter to this team comp and these type of enemies is just defaulting more, punishing their pushes and over aggression and over peeking, and just pressuring them back with your utility, and that's it.
We got dodged the dart. We're gonna dart again.
We are strong. Turret out.
Okay. Okay, good. Phoenix is 100% gonna go for... Huh? They're pushing you? Okay, listen. Like, really try your best to so let's talk about that. Like, when do I ignore players that are flanking, and when do I deal with them? Like, I ignore players that are flanking if my teammates are already executing the site and they're gonna be fighting the enemies, here, etc. Like, if I hear this neon flanking like this, but my teammates are already going out, F the neon, just take the site control, kill the enemies on site, deal with the neon later. Especially if that neon is like, you hear the footsteps here, and you are there, and executing the site. Have the neon, if she's too far away. But if we still didn't even take the main area of the map, and we hear enemies pushing mid, we need to kill the enemies behind us before they make some kind of a sandwich out of us in this main area of the map. We need to deal with this flank lurk right now. I don't know why you're watching aim in when your teammates are fighting this neon. And we could have easily killed that neon right now.
Enemy spotted.
Blocking vision. Blocking vision.
Ooh. Okay.
Reloading. Blasting them. Pulling them in.
That's from short.
Reloading.
Listen, like, I mean, it's okay. It's okay. Like, the problem in this round is that, like, I don't know. We already know that enemies love to play a bit more aggro towards the choke points. What he easily could have done in this round, because we have that information, is like, he could have jumped here, you know, as his Sova was taking this fight. Aha. We see that enemy Sova is aggro in A main. We can instantly do a satchel. Don't miss the satchel, you know, like, we can instantly do the satchel and just bap. Destroy the enemy Sova, take an easy kill, maybe he has gun, and maybe continue the aggression. Like, with the short, it's so easy to get these skills set up, B main, A main, like, you just play on the contact between enemies and your allies, or maybe jump spot the enemies to go out and shit on them.
Spike down A.
Okay. This is a mistake.
Just play for picks.
Like right now, it is much more predictable that you're gonna go B instead of going A again. So what if you lost the first 2 rounds on A? The first round is always a bit of a gamble. The first rounds are a bit inconsistent, you know, we are playing semi-automatic weapons, anything can happen, like, even if you follow all of the rules and all of the tips and of the first round, like, they're all always like, you know, 60-40, like, you never know, like, what's gonna happen. Then you play the second eco round, nobody expects you to win that round. You know, we just want to damage the enemy's economy, preserve our economy, and have the highest chances of winning the next round. Right now, we're actually playing the first real round in this game. And also, like, especially when the enemies are eco and halbei, like on Ascent, you really want to avoid this portion of the map if the enemies are playing an eco, halbei, or a bonus round. Because there's a lot of claustrophobic positions and areas of the maps that you need to clear, and enemies can easily F you up with stingers, specters, judges, Bucky, shorty, etc, etc. Whenever enemies are eco or halbei on the defender side of Ascent, you should just call a 5-man push on A site. Like, very open bomb site that can easily be cleared with a initiator's utility and your nade and boombot as well. There's not many positions where enemies can, you know, play these close range weapons to F you up.
You don't have to force anything.
And another mistake here. This is the economy mistake. Like in this round, we have 4,300 credits. What do we buy on Raze? Heavy shield, phantom or vandal, and 2 satchels. F the boombot. You don't need boombot. Boombot is good, like, you know, tool to pressure the enemies, recon tool, but it's like hit or miss, like whatever. You know, maybe it's gonna be useful, maybe not, who knows, like whatever. But satchels are always gonna be useful. And heavy shield is always gonna be useful. To pressure the enemies, engage them, Ferrari peek them, double satchel, take the space, reposition, etc, etc. Like, when you're debating whether or not you should buy a boombot or heavy shield, heavy shield. You're debating whether or not you should buy 2 satchels or a boombot, 2 satchels. Like, we prioritize shields, guns, satchels, and then we're buying the boombot as the last piece of, like, if you have money for utility, you know, buy the satchels. Buy the boom bot, like if you really have a lot of money.
Let's just play for picks.
Ooh.
Pulling them in.
And using the mid area of this map is really, really bad. Why? Because like you know, one rule that you really want to follow in Valorant, whenever enemies are playing some eco round, halberd round, bonus round, you always want to play together as 5, pushing some main area of the map. You don't want to search for the picks. You never want to play default, and you never want to like split the map. You know, like you always want to just pressure the enemies onto some open bomb site, open area of the map, such as A set of Ascent, such as C set of Haven, for an example, such as A set of Icebox, such as C set of Lotus, for an example, on bind B long area of the map, and doing a B execute is the best. Like right now, we can easily, like lose this round. Like we have nobody in A main. Enemy Neon might push us here, aggro, make a sandwich out of us, and we are dead. This Killjoy that is going alone in the B main, she's forcing a 1v1 fight for no reason. She can also die. Like on Ascent, I would touch the mid area of the map only if enemies like have 2 sentinels, you know. Then it's really hard for me to push only through the choke points. Like when enemies have 2 sentinels on a defender side, you're forced to take more mid control and pressure the enemies there and make them rotate and, you know, like maybe get a pick on mid. And I would touch the mid area of the map if my 5-man pushes are not working on B and A. But I would try to do a 5-man push on A and B for at least like 5 or 6 rounds before I decide to take the mid control or F up the enemies there.
Scanning ahead.
Listen, whenever you end up on this position here, you never want to stay on this position for longer than 3 or 4 seconds. 3 seconds maximum, to be honest. Because enemies, you know, if you use a satchel on mid, I mean, I'm gonna pre-assume that you went up on the wall, and your teammates cannot really hold this angle, for an example. You know, maybe one enemy right now is stuck here, he hears your satchel, bam, you're dead, and this guy cannot refrag you. Also, like, enemies from the pizza and from top CT here, like, they know where you went, they're gonna pre-aim you, delete you, your teammates cannot refrag you. Like, I get up there only if I need to support my teammates in the moment. You know, like, or basically that's it. Like, you know, my teammates are fighting, you know, enemies there, I'm gonna use a satchel and try to kill that enemy. My teammates are fighting enemy short, I'm gonna use a satchel, try to get a kill from this position. This is what I was talking about. I knew that in this round, like, they're gonna push us from the A-main area of the map. Like, it was so stupid to play default in this round, to play around the mid at all. Like, we either should have defaulted fully, you know, one guy is holding B-main, one guy is holding A-main, and 3 players are mid. Or we should have just done a 5-man push on A or 5-man push on B. I mean, the best idea in this round was doing a 5-man push on A and creating that unpredictable pattern of pushing where you push the same site 3 rounds in a row, apply the mental pressure onto the enemies on A, and then push B. Especially faking bomb sites against these enemies is so easy because they're pushing us, you know, from behind on the first contact. We send the Sova and Killjoy to fake A. Enemies are already pushing mid and B. Bap. 3 of us in the B main. We deal with the enemies that are pushing the B main area of the map. We open the site for free. Plant the spike, play the post splint. Okay, listen here. Whenever you exchange a few bullets, a few kills with the enemies, and your teammates are scattered on the map, like, especially if you make a true numbers advantage, so you're 5v3, like this, always, but always, call for a regroup and just reset the round. Resetting the rounds is something the players in Valorant are not doing enough, as they're doing like in Counter-Strike, for an example. Like here, 3 of us are mid, 2 of your teammates are B main. Why would we do a split? Why would we even risk any gunfights, you know, in the market, getting backstabbed by the enemy team? Like, no reason for that. Tell the breach, tell the Sova, hey guys, let's go B main. Let's fully reset the round. We have 1 minute and 15 seconds to take some bomb site control and execute some site. Enemies are under the pressure. As long as we fight together, we're going to win this round together. Like, chances of us losing this round is like 0, almost, if we fight together. But right now, you know, staying on the same position, risking dying from top mid, being so overexposed from the short, from the top mid, from the market as well, while 2 of your teammates have very high chances of dying on the B set and B main, and that is stupid. Like, in this type of scenarios, I would instantly reset the round, rotate in B main, play with a spike carrier, and that's it. And just push in.
One enemy remaining.
Oi, 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 oi. Listen, if you already have like, you know, and this is more of a mechanical problem, like, I'm gonna track all of your mechanical mistakes, and I'll give you some kind of a aim training routine after this VOD review. But like, generally speaking, like when you're playing Raze and you're fighting enemy Reyna, I mean, if you already have like a nade or like a boombot, you should instantly pressure that Reyna. I mean, if the Reyna is drifting here, I would instantly just drop a boombot to follow her up, to pressure her, and the boombot is gonna lock onto her. Like, she cannot drift all the way from this position onto this position, for an example. Maybe she can now, like, but it's highly unlikely. Also, Reyna is there, drop a nade, drop a satchel, displace her, end of the story. But the main mistake, like, in this gunfight is, like, you know, crouching in this close range fight against an enemy that has a Spectre. Because Reyna can just run and gun with a Spectre, easily kill you. It's just stupid, you know. Okay. Actually, you know what was the main mistake in this round? I don't care what happened here. The main mistake was not resetting the round. We didn't need to go market. We didn't need to contest enemies in pizza. We should have just went all the way back into the B main and pushed the site together through the B main. Smoke the market, smoke the city, period. Done. I mean, his Astra also made a mistake in this round. Like, why would you smoke market and city if you're already splitting the B side? You have 3 teammates on mid and you smoke market to give the enemies cover? What? And another mistake that he was making here is not following up his most aggressive teammate. I mean, when I'm playing on the attacker side, I'm only asking myself 2 things. Who is the first one in my team that has the highest chances to die at this moment of time? If that is the breach, and I'm the closest to the breach, I should play with the breach. Period. Done. Who is my most useful teammate that is doing something useful at this moment of time? I find that teammate on the minimap. I want to play with that teammate. Right now, the best idea would have been to go B main and play with my teammates that are pushing the B side and, you know, through the B main area of the map. But if you already don't want to do that, like, already here, when your teammates were fighting enemies at the stairs, you should have dropped down, closed the gap with your most aggressive allies, and fight on a refrag potential. Especially here, when your breach was pushing in, you're down. I'm dropping down, pressuring the enemies with a nade, with a boombot, and I want to be here as my breach is taking the fight in the market. So I can instantly refrag that idiot. Your decision making was like, had like 2 seconds latency essentially. And this is what I'm telling you, like, you know, if you're not alive to control the outcome of these rounds, you're just praying to God that your teammates are gonna win it. Like, I mean, we could have easily lost like a 1v5, basically. I mean, like, listen. You know, for this type of a match, like, we have like 2 solutions. When the enemies are aggressive on a defender's side. We either play default, and we're trying to punish the enemy's aggression, you know, holding the pushes on mid, A main, and B main, or we're doing a 5-man push onto the A set and B set together, trying to breach before the enemies make a sandwich out of us. Let's see what we're gonna do. Did he buy again, like... Okay, he didn't have money for heavy shield. Here, I would never play in mid. Like, 4 of my teammates are pushing B main area of the map. In a gold, platinum elo. I have no business on mid. Like in this elo, you can never trust your teammates. Never. Like, if these 4 idiots die, I'm 1 versus 5. If I die on mid, I mean, this round is almost over in this elo. Like, you never know, like, what's gonna happen. So, like, in the full buy rounds, really try to focus more playing with your teammates, your most aggressive allies, allies that have the highest chances of dying, or allies that are doing something useful. Right now, there was absolutely no reason to pick the mid area of the map. And also how you pick the short, I mean, it was okay. It was not that bad.
Scanning ahead. Enemy spotted B.
Well divided. Turret destroyed.
Here, like, I mean, when the enemies are pressuring you so much in you know, in the main areas of the maps, feel free to use your boombot. You know, like, basically like boombot utility to push the enemies back. I mean, enemy Phoenix did a flash to go for a peek and he got pushed back. I mean, he still have 1 flash. Like, I would definitely use the boombot here to push him back. Maybe use the nade behind the wall in case that he's waiting behind the wall to kill me. And I'm going out, taking this position, closing the doors, and moving in together with my allies. Bro, that peek would be effed up. Him, if any of one have op, GG, bro. And enemies don't have money for the op, you know. I mean, generally speaking, like... What the hell happened here? Like, generally speaking, if you're playing Raze and you want to peek the enemies, you know, at A short, the best idea is just, you know, Ferrari peek with a satchel. Like, just bop, bop. Enemy's dead. Like, there's no better peek with a Raze. Like, there's no way that enemies are gonna be able to react on this crap. Ooh, what happened with the sound, man? Why is everything dying, bro? Sorry, guys. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna mute the sound for a second. Crouching maniac, huh? Now, in this round, a huge mistake was not following up your most aggressive teammates again. Brother, if your teammates are already pushing here, pushing Speedway, you're going out as well. You don't want to stay aiming ever, but literally ever. Like as soon as the Sova was pushing through the choke point towards the Speedway, you should have used the satchel to get into this position, and then, you know, maybe pressure the enemies with a nade, with a boombot, fight with your teammates, or fight with your Sova on site. But you don't want to be stuck in the B main as your teammates are fighting here and here. You want to be at least in the Speedway area of the map, behind this wall, so you can pick any gunfight that your teammates fight. You can support your teammates on site, support your teammates on the switch, support your teammates that are fighting from B main. What happened here with the sound, man? Ooh, yo.
Spike down B.
There's two stairs.
Enemy spotted B.
Yo, you had
That's Charlatan playing. There's Charlatan like playing in the Neon in this match.
No.
That's my wall.
I see we have both satchels. When do we satchel into sight?
Enemy spotted mid.
After rounds over?
Oh, listen. This is a really important tip. Whenever two enemies are split apart, try to pressure one enemy before the other enemy connects to help this guy. Like right now, we know that one enemy is stairs, one is CT. What can we do? We're playing Raze and Breach. Like right now, you know, we can use our nade to pressure this enemy that is in the market, you know, so he cannot peek us, and then get into the Speedway right here together with Breach, and we can easily isolate 2v1 fight with this enemy before this guy from the market comes to help him out. Instead of isolating 1 versus 1 gunfight against a 1 versus 1 gunfight. And also, like, whenever you're playing common positions and holding common angles, you never want to hold them statically. You always want to jiggle pick that angle and try to counter the enemy speaker's advantage. Like, this was just a bit lucky that you actually won this gunfight. I mean, if I'm holding the enemies to peek me from the market, I cannot hold them statically. They have the peeker's advantage. If they have a proper crosshair placement, I'm gonna be deleted, essentially. Like, if I'm holding this angle, I'll be holding it like this, 24/7. Okay.
There.
Listen, man, like, you know, whenever enemies have a pop flash character, and you notice that enemies love to play this very, very aggro towards the main areas of the map. Like, enemies like to pressure you basically here and here. You need to ask for some utility from your teammates to push the enemies back. Like, you need to ask for the Omen Paranoia, Breach Stun, Breach Flash, and you definitely don't have a benefit of rushing the choke point with a knife out and pre-assuming that enemies are not gonna peek you. Like, that benefit doesn't exist, essentially. Like here, if my teammates don't want to use any utility to pressure these enemies back, I'll be using the boombot, you know, in front of myself as a tool to just be safe that no one is gonna peek me. If I'm pushing B main area of the map and none of my teammates are using any utility to pressure this enemy back, I'll jump spot this angle and then jiggle throw the boombot again, like that, or like that, to clear this area of the map safely, and then, you know, reach the choke point safely with the rest of my team, and then execute a site. Especially because enemies have a Phoenix that likes to go for this type of a play. I mean, right now, we might get completely blinded, essentially. You were mega lucky. Mega lucky that you survived this, to be honest. Okay.
There.
That was mega lucky. To be honest here, like, you know, the Phoenix was mega close in this scenario. When you use the ultimate, personally, I would have shot this ultimate like inside of this smoke here. Like, there is no way that the Phoenix, you know, went from this position all the way, I don't know, here at that moment of time. I would have just... I changed the keybind, sorry. I would have just, like, you know, just randomly shoot there. Like, there's a huge chance that that Phoenix is hiding there based on timing, like. One thing that I don't like when you push the side here is that during the satchels, you only checked for enemies that are here and here. Like, you didn't check a possibility that an enemy can be here or here, for an example. Whenever you're exiting some bomb set in Valorant, like, you need to pre-assume that your teammates are not gonna clear these angles, and you need to clear them yourself. Like, whenever I'm entering some position, rotating from location A to location B, I always make sure that I clear every single angle myself, and that, like, there's not a single spot where enemies can backstab me or kill me from behind, or, I don't know, like, kill us in some kind of a weird way. Like, right now, one enemy can be below the site, behind this box, behind him, like, we didn't check anything. We pushed very carelessly. Now listen, I mean, this postplant is really hard. To be honest, like, it was okay. It was okay that he played, like, under the site. I mean, no one was under the site. Two of his teammates are aiming. He cannot reposition. There's really nothing better that he could have done at the end. Like, just, you know, when you already hear enemies pushing you and engaging you, remember one very important tip and rule in Valorant. Like, one, you know, in Valorant, we have 3 game mechanics that dictate how you want to engage the enemies. We have Peeker's advantage, we have angle perception advantage, and we have the raw angle advantage. When it comes to the Peeker's advantage, player that is moving is always in an advantage over the player that is standing still. And player that is moving is always gonna see the enemy that is standing still faster. Because this game is an absolute dog poo-poo. And basically, like, it has a lot of the problems with the desync, netcode, and it's just very bad FPS experience that cannot be fixed. So whenever you know, hear enemies engaging you, and you are not playing some kind of an off angle, you're not keeping your location a secret, you're not holding the angles with the operator, tight angles or something like that, you always want to counter the enemy's movement with yours movement. So if enemies already know that I'm under the site, or I hear this Phoenix, you know, peeking me like this, I'm not gonna wait for that Phoenix to peek me. But I'll be countering his movement with my movement so that I counter his Peeker's advantage. Like, I feel that you're holding angles way too much instead of actually countering the enemy's Peeker's advantage once they already know about your location and about your position. Essentially, like, whenever enemies reveal your position, you need to be the one that is engaging enemies with some kind of an advantage, essentially, or countering their advantage.
Last player standing.
To be honest, like, I mean, we kind of definitely know that in this match, our 5-man pushes are not working. So, you know, the easiest counter to the enemies that are so aggressive on a defender side is just default, hold the angles, kill the enemies, and that's it. Or fake the bomb sites, wait for the enemies to push the opposite part of the map and make it the numbers advantage.
Reloading.
Okay. Oof.
Reloading.
Okay.
Enemy in defender spawn. Grenade.
Did you really took... he took like 50 damage to get a skin?
Grenade.
Okay, listen. One of the main things that you want to focus on a lot more is following your most aggressive teammate that has the highest chances of dying at that moment of time. Essentially, the gap between you and the Sova cannot be this big. Like, if my Sova is peeking in this angle, I need to be around this position in order to refrag him and to play with him. If my Sova is peeking the A short, I need to be at least here so that I'm ready to refrag him and peek together with him. Like, you need to focus more on what is the distance between you and your allies as we are engaging the enemies.
Enemy in defender spawn.
And here, listen, like, if the enemies are already so close, instead of engaging this Raze with a nade, I mean, I would never use a nade here. Whenever enemies are really close, I would always use my boombot first, and then as the boombot is getting tagged, I would just use the satchel to go for a Ferrari peek and take an easy kill.
Grenade. There. Knocking them.
Once again, like, who is our most valuable ally right now? And teammates that are doing something, I mean, useful or our highest priority. It's definitely not Breach. Like, we don't care about the Breach. Why? He doesn't have a spike. Like, our Astra and Killjoy are pushing an enemy in the market with a spike. If they die, this round becomes 10 times harder. Like, there's no way in any scenario that I would play with my Breach right now. Yes, I know that Raze is still A short. Yes, there is a huge chance that the Breach is gonna die. But if we sell the spike to the enemy team at the pizza, this round becomes like 70% times harder than if the Breach dies in a 1v1 fight.
Spike. Defender spawn. Satchel out. Placing alarm bot.
Also, like, listen, try to avoid playing such an overexposed positions when you don't have a lot of the map control. I mean, you cannot play on top of the mid doorway, like on top of this wall, if we don't have a control of the B main, A short, and top mid. Like, you're overexposing yourself from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different positions. It's impossible. Like, you never want to play such an overexposed locations, especially if you don't have the info, like, where are the enemies at that moment of time.
Flash out.
It is so dangerous that he's playing right now here. And also, once again, he should have been more with a breach, you know? Because right now, breach can take a fight in the market and die like a potato. Again, bad positioning compared to what his teammates are doing. Essentially, he's not able to play on that refrag potential.
30 seconds left. Turret out. One enemy remaining.
Like, refrag game in Valorant is everything. And that's why, like, the way that you position yourself based on what your teammates are doing and how your teammates are taking the fight is crucial. And one of the main things that you should observe, especially on the attacker side. Like, if you're not able to refrag your teammates that are most aggressive or that have the highest chances of dying, you're gonna have a hard time, like, you know, winning the rounds on the attacker side.
Down mid. I got the spike.
This gunfight that he took right now is an absolutely unnecessary gunfight. Like, I mean, we're 2 versus 1. I would quite literally cross this area of the map with a satchel without even fighting that Sova. I don't need to take that fight. I run with a killjoy, plant the spike, we have a boombot, we are 2 versus 1, you know, get up here maybe through the speedway, and now one guy is holding this, other guy is holding that, playing the refrag game, and that's it. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, only God knows how many of these type of fights you actually pick, and then your teammate is left in a 1v1 scenario, or, you know, some kind of a scenario that you're not controlling, and you're just praying to God. It's like, please God, you know, let my teammates win this round. Like, every single time you're dead in this silo, nobody knows what's gonna happen. You essentially value your life in this low elo more than anything else.
Revealing area.
Now, like, okay, that's why he told me that, you know, that's why he asked us the question, like, what do I do if one of my teammates is AFK? On the attackers, basically the question that he asked us is, what do I do if one of my teammates is AFK or leaves the match? I mean, on the attacker side, if one of your teammates is AFK or, like, he leaves the match, like, the best idea is to stall the game. Like, try to basically wait as, you know, waste as much time as possible to see if that ally will potentially come back. Like, right now, I would stay away from executing the bomb sites. I would just play default, especially if enemies know that your teammate is AFK and they love to be aggressive on a defender side. Just play default, hold for the enemy's pushes, try maybe to punish the enemy's over-aggression, and then in the last 30 or 45 seconds of the round, regroup with your allies and try to hit something together.
I am the hunter.
On Ascent, for an example, like, if your controller is AFK, the best idea is, like, to try to search for a potential pick, like in A short area of the map or market area of the map, pressure the enemies there, and then make some kind of a decision to maybe end up on A side or B side based on how much map control you got from the enemy team. I don't know, like, you are eating enormous amount of utility from the enemies. I mean, here, bam. You see the enemy Raze nade is flying in your face. Like, that's, you don't have time to do anything. You don't have time to fight. You don't have time to pull out your nade. Like, I'm instantly using a satchel to get a F out, you know? And to basically reset myself. Like, also in this round, you ate 50 damage to take a better skin. Come on, you know.
Let's not be.
I don't know, like that was really a stupid death. Like that should not have happened. Like, I mean, my dude, like, you know, you don't have time to pull out your nade and then drop it back. Like,
Lava breach. Let's go.
Reloading.
Placing sentry.
okay. Listen, man, if we're playing against the Phoenix, that is consistently dropping the Molotov in the aim or beam area of the map, we know exactly for what type of play he's going. Like he's always going for the molly flash play. It is so obvious. And generally, when you're playing against the flash type of characters that love to pressure you in the aim or beam area of the map, feel free to pressure them back. You know, as you're executing the site, drop the boombot. But drop the nade if you need to. If your teammates don't want to support you with their utility. But the worst and the most stupid type of deaths that you can have in Valorant is dying in the main areas of the map. That should never happen. Like here, if I hear the Phoenix molly and he's like running towards me, I'm instantly hiding my face, and then when he flashes, I can re-engage him with a Ferrari satchel and take an easy kill. If the flash catches me off guard, let's say I'm pushing here and he flashes right now, and I didn't use my boombot or nade, I'm gonna use one satchel at his face to displace him, and maybe even the second satchel, to be honest.
Initiated. I have this fight.
I mean, like, in this match, we just really should have played a proper default and search for the picks. Also, like, I mean, if you notice that enemies are really, really repetitive on a defender's side, that is the moment of time when you can buy and save money for the operator on the attack as well. I mean, like, if the enemy Raze is already peeking the short 24/7, buy the op, go for the fast peek, delete that Raze from the existence, create a numbers advantage, and then do something else. Operator, heavy shell, shorty. Do you need anything else with Raze? No. With a shorty and satchels and nade and boombot, we can easily execute the site. We can hold for the enemy's aggression. With the operator, take maybe even more easy kills, especially when the enemies are so aggressive on a defender's side, and that's it.
One down. Satchel out. Area's clear. One down.
Good kill.
Satchel out.
Okay, then there's more of a mechanical problem, like, we'll give this guy some kind of an aim training routine.
Market.
Spike planted. My ult's ready. Bomb buddy out. Fire in the hole.
One thing that I don't like here is like how much you're wasting your utility without any purpose. I mean, that is one of the main mistake of the Raze players in Valorant. Like, a lot of the Raze players in Valorant, like, you do utility for no reason. Like, when I'm using Raze utility, I'm always using it with a mindset to create an easier gunfight for myself when I'm engaging the enemies. So there is no way that here, I'm gonna use the boombot to just scout for the enemies. Using that nade there was actually okay, because what happened here is like he heard the Sova using the drone from this position. He just effed up his nade a bit, like he should have, you know, he should have thrown the nade like this. So it ends up exactly at this corner, and it deals like, you know, more damage. But the idea was nice. Like I would have done the same thing, because, you know, he was stuck there.
Enemy spotted. B. One enemy remaining.
Pulling out the ultimate here, I don't know about that. You know, this is a bit of a problem of timing. I mean, like, enemies are really close to us. One enemy was engaging us very, very aggressively. They could have caught us while we are getting out the ultimate. And when you have the ultimate in this type of scenario, like, most of the times, you're just gonna get one and die. Because you don't have time to, you know, get a gun in your hands. I don't think this was worth it. Like, I would have just tried to kill this guy that was aggro on the right side, and then try to play a 3v1 onto the enemy Sova. But okay, I mean, at the end of the day,
One enemy remaining.
and I mean, at the end of the day, our teammates have the breach ultimate, breach stun, aftershock, nanoswarms. Like, they can probably win this round easily. But still, we're playing in low elo, so only God knows what's gonna happen. Just remember one tip, guys. Like, even if you're 1 versus 1, and you have, let's say, breach ultimate, like, use your ultimates to secure the rounds. Like, a lot of the players in Valorant are saving their ults for some perfect moments of time. Perfect moment of time is every round which you need to close. You know, right now, they should try fighting together on a refill potential. You know, 2 versus 1. But if the killjoy dies and I'm the breach, I'm instantly using the ultimate and just, you know, securing this round. Period.
Let's go!
Last player standing.
That was funny as fuck, bro. That was really funny. No. We almost lost this round, bro. We almost lost this round. You know, if you're 2v1 with the breach ultimate, try first to fight. You know, try first to fight like a on a refair potential, 2 versus 1. And if your teammate dies, then use the ultimate, you know. Because there's really no reason to use the ultimate right now. But this was insane, man. Like, he died, Reyna dismissed, dodged his ultimate, Killjoy was stunned. If Reyna peeked, this was over, man. But to be honest, like, the main mistake here was from the Killjoy. You know? Like, what Killjoy should have done here, she should have, like, used that nanoswarm for this position while they're pushing from the speedway. So that Reyna cannot peek from the stairs to isolate this 1v1 fight. And then, like, another thing she can do is simply, like, you know, jiggle throw the nanoswarm, the second nanoswarm, and that's it. Or maybe throw the second nanoswarm like this for the spike, and then peek from the speedway together with the breach. There was no reason to separate these two fights. But this was crazy, man. I need to see this again. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
Drop. Thanks.
Unbelievable. And that's what I'm talking about. Like, usually, you know, if one of your teammates disconnects and leaves the game, like, on the attacker side, you wanna stall the match as much as possible. You know, drag out the rounds, essentially. Astro is back. Welcome. Will come in. Okay, listen. Never dry swing the angles in the main areas of the map. Whenever enemies can play multiple different vertical and horizontal positions, and you cannot have the perfect crosshair placement for all of these positions, dry peeking is stupid. Especially if you're in some kind of an angle perception disadvantage or raw angle disadvantage. Basically, there are 4 rules that you should follow when you're clearing the main areas of every single map in Valorant. So, I'm pushing a main area of Ascent. Rule number 1. If we are not playing on contact, we want to jump spot the enemies and get the information like that. Run in front of our teammates, jump spot, get the F out, that's it. Rule number 2. We want to jiggle pick the enemies and cut the pie. Basically, going in and out, and clearing, segment by segment. Inch by inch. Like first this, then maybe that, then maybe this, and then going out. Third rule. We want to bait one of our stupid teammates to peek first. Let your teammates peek first. You don't give a crap about them. And then, as your teammate is peeking, you peek together with your ally. Just make sure that you're not touching each other's out, that you're not bugging each other's out, and that you're peeking from 2 different, verticalities or horizontalities, essentially. Trust me, your teammates in Valorant are gonna be more than happy to peek the angles alone, to dry peek them like a stupid gorillas, You're always gonna have a teammate that has 20 IQ. Always. 90% of the matches. Rule number 4, which is the best thing to do, engaging enemies with some utility. Ask for a drone, ask for a recon dart, ask for a flash, stun, dog, use a boombot, I don't know. Scan the enemies, push them back. Because literally, the worst things you can do is do some kind of a crap like this. Just wide swing an angle. And pray to God that enemies are, not holding you or ready to kill you. And also, another thing is, generally, no matter which agent I'm playing in Valorant, you should always try to avoid taking gunfights in the main areas of the map as much as possible. Especially when you're playing duelist, your main job is to execute the bomb sites. Your main job, when I'm playing Raze, I want to fight here. I want to fight here. I want to fight here. And I want to fight here. I don't want to fight here, here, and here. Oh, I don't know, getting into this corner against the Phoenix that likes to go for a molly flash play. I don't know about that. Listen, man. What is the easiest counter to this play? The easiest counter, if already the enemies have a Phoenix that is flashing, beaming, and aiming, is use a boombot. Send it. Or ask your Breach. Breach, can you please do a stun? Breach, can you please do a flash? Fourth counter. If your teammates are going from this verticality, get up here. Wait for your teammates to go all the way there before you drop down. Hide yourself. Phoenix, go for a flash. Ba ba boo, ba ba ba. No matter where your teammates are here, Phoenix is dead. So, when do you want to drop down? When your teammates pass this line. Because then you cannot refrag them if he goes for, the peak from that wall there. When your teammates are exactly below you, or on that position, that's when you drop down. But dying from this Phoenix every round, that's just... what are we doing?
Spike down A.
feel free. If enemies are aggressing your teammates so much, like, feel free to use your nades, boombot, do everything that is in your capabilities to pressure the enemies back. Like, it's okay. I mean, as long as we're not dying in the main areas of the maps, that's cool. Like, waste everything. F it, you know?
I have the spike.
It's right here.
Okay, in this 2v4 scenario, it was absolutely fine that you didn't play with your Sova, because in a 2v4 you need to search like for some solo picks and try to like you know, isolate enemies in some better gunfights. But one reason why I would have followed Sova here is because we know that there's 3 enemies on the A site. You know? Like, that enemy that was mid, like, when you're in a numbers disadvantage, your main thought process is like, how can I isolate the enemies in a 1v1 gunfights? You know, in a solo gunfights that work in my favor. Like, you don't want to fight enemies that are playing together, essentially. So following up Sova here, probably the best idea ever, like. But now that the Sova got these 2 kills, whenever you end up in a 2v2 or 3v3 scenario, your main thought process is like to play together with that teammate. Like, you don't care about the spike control, about map control, nothing. Like, in a 2v2 and 3v3 scenarios, your highest priority is always team play and refrag potential. So here you should be telling your Sova to slow down, connect with the Sova, and push something together. But now, you know, isolating this 1v1 duel and this 1v1 duel, not the best idea ever.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, we know so... Ooh! Okay, she's close to us. This is an easy kill, right? Like, here, we use a boombot. She gets boombot, bop, underthrow, satchel, she's dead. Right? Listen, whenever enemies are close to you, and you can pressure the enemies with your utility, always do it. Like, the whole point of the Raze kit is not really to kill the enemies with the damage of her kit. It's just to pressure the enemies in some kind of an unfavorable gunfight for that enemy. Like, that's the main point of the Raze kit. Nothing else. Essentially, like, not using your utility to take this kill is waste of Raze potential. And whenever you, like, essentially, with Raze, whenever you die in some kind of a 50-50 fight, and you had the opportunity to use your boombot, satchels, or nade to create an easier gunfight for yourself, it's a pointless and stupid death. You could have done something better. Like, for example, here, like, there's so many better ways how we can engage this Reyna instead of just peeking out in a 50-50 fight. We can use a boombot in combination with a Ferrari peak satchel and take an easy kill. Like, Reyna is gonna be forced to shoot at the boombot, and that's it. Second way, using a nade. Bam. Third way, using a boombot plus nade plus satchel. At the end of the day, just using a Ferrari peak satchel is also okay. But just swinging out in a 50-50 duel like this and instantly crouching in a 1v1 duel, which is really bad. Like, one of the worst times when you can crouch in Valorant is like instantly crouching, you know, before even shooting the first bullet in a 1v1 duel. Like, just... Ay. In this round, we made so many mistakes. So many mistakes. Okay.
I have the spike.
Flank. Neon flank.
Listen, if you're playing on this position here and waiting for the enemy push through the aim in, and there is absolutely nobody from your team holding the lower ground, you never aim, you know, above here like this. You always need to pre-aim this angle, and you always play from this barrel right here. Like you don't see the enemies below you. What if right now an enemy does this and just, you know, ba-ba-boo, ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-boo, ba-ba-ba. And we know that enemies like to be aggressive.
That's the tree player.
And always, you know, if you're peeking, like, if you lose the timing onto the enemies in aim and area of the map, and there is a chance for the enemies to be below you, like, when you're up on this position, you always, pre-aim first here, and then instantly check below yourself. You cannot risk dying from below. But also, like, this is once again, like, this is once again the round where we should just reset and push together with our teammates. The job is done. Essentially, on the attacker side and like, whenever you make true numbers advantage, like you're 5v3, 4v3, 3v2, 2v1, 4v2, 4v1, like, job is done. Like, from that moment of time, the only focus of yours is playing together with your teammates that have the highest chance of dying and playing on a refrag potential. Nothing else. So essentially, like, you know, what is a true numbers advantage? Like 5v3, 5v2, 5v1, 4v3, 4v2, 4v1, 3v2, 3v1, 2v1. That's the true numbers advantage. At that moment of time, you don't care about map control, spike control, like, anything else except playing on a refrag. Your team has done their job for you. We killed the Neon. We killed the Reyna. Now we regroup and push together. Oh, my back is itching, man. My back is itching, bro. Effing mosquitoes. And this is why you need to play with your teammates more. Come on, brother. Come on. You cannot trust them. And also, listen. Lurking and flanking. Never. Like, in the low elo, from Iron 1 to Diamond 3, even up to Immortal 3, lurking, so up all the way up to Immortal 3, lurking and flanking is worth it, maybe like in 5% of the rounds. No, not even 5. Like 1 or 2 rounds per half, maximum. And the only times when you should lurk and flank is when you can trust your teammates that they're gonna stay alive on the opposite part of the map. Or your teammates are already so bad that you need to do something alone in order to counter the enemies. But in this scenario, we have a true numbers advantage. We are 5v3. We cannot trust our teammates because they are a bit unstable. I mean, your teammates are so bad in this match, like, they're really bad. Like, it feels like you're 2 times better than your allies. I mean, you're not that good, but you're definitely better than these guys. If you don't play with them, I mean, you're gonna be 1v3 right now. Numbers advantage doesn't exist right now. Oof, okay. So I got a kill.
They're both on him, Raze. You gotta hurry up.
And here, he also made a mistake. Like, Sova got a magical kill. Sova got one magical kill onto the enemy Phoenix. We know that the enemy Raze is here. So just a second. Let's do everything correctly. So we know. Can I please take this? Enemy Raze is here. Enemy Sovissimus is here. What do? We cannot prioritize this pathing. So our Sova is this actually a mirror matchup? Like, what the hell? Yeah. Okay, so we cannot prioritize this pathing here because enemies might pinch our Sova into some 2v1 fight and the round becomes 10 times harder because we're gonna be 1 versus 2. Like, if I already heard the enemy Raze in the short, I need to prioritize this pathing in order to backstab the Raze as soon as possible, protect my Sova, and potentially connect with him to play 2v2 or on 2v1 potential once we delete the enemy Raze. But going through the garden right now and trusting your Sova to take this, you know, 1v2, 1v1 duel. Oh, yo.
They're both on him, Raze. You gotta hurry up.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down mid.
I don't know, man. I mean, we still won this round, but it was mega complicated. Like, this round, we could have won so easily. After we ended up 5v3, just play together, refrag potential, done. Job is not like, whenever you make true numbers advantage in Valorant, you're like, okay, I clock out. I just want to fight together with my teammates and that's it.
Let us hunt.
I've never seen this in my life. I don't know, where did you see it? Guys, who does this, man? Like, is any like, who is jump spotting the B main area of the map like this on the attacker side? Listen, if you want to hold the B main push, we can just hold a very tight pixel angle like this. I mean, there is no way that enemies are gonna kill you, you know, on such a tight angle. We can just jiggle pick the angle, maybe use a satchel, hold the B main push from this off angle. Also, this can be a bit unpredictable because it's a very weird way of holding the angle and it might disrupt the enemy's crosshair placement. But jump spotting the B main position like this, that's crazy. So if you want to hold the B main push of the enemies, I hold this angle as tight as your reaction time allows you, pull yourself away like this, or just simply, you know, hold this off angle, or, you know, play all the way here. And then what we can do, we can go for a burst fire. This is still a very safe position. Why? Because we can do a burst fire, and even if you don't kill an enemy, after 1, 3, 2, 4 bullets, we can pull out the knife and reposition. Also, we can hold this angle as tight as our reaction time allows us, reacting on the colors, ba 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 ba. You're holding the aim and push. I mean, one of the best positions to hold the aim and push is all the way here, like this. Very, you know, players in low elo and medium elo, like, they never clear this position properly. Ba ba bop, easy kill. Also, playing from top of this wall here, like this, is okay. Playing on top of the green box is okay, like, but this jump spotting, I don't know. What is this, bro?
Nowhere to run!
Oof.
Nowhere to run!
I don't know, like, when you already heard that enemies are pressing the W key and pushing you, I mean, you cannot also press the W key as well. Like, enemies just hold you, you know, picture the moment of time when you were running towards them and you were not ready for a fight. I mean, if I hear, you know, 2 enemies pushing fast, engaging me, I'm not gonna do this and try to engage them as well. I'm gonna play here, jiggle pick them, try to get a kill, and try to counter their picker's advantage. I get kill on one enemy, I can use a Ferrari satchel to kill the second enemy, like this, and that's it. But, like, you know, you just caught, like, the worst deaths that you can take in Valorant are also the deaths where you're pressing the W key and enemies just catch you off guard and you're not ready to strafe and not ready to re-engage the enemies. Also, like, listen, one more tip. Second time, when the crouching is bad, is when you're gonna fight or you're fighting the enemies in a 1 versus 2 gunfight. Like, whenever you need to fight 2 or more enemies, you cannot crouch in the first fight. You can use the crouch in the second fight to compensate your recoil and spray for the second gunfight. But in the first fight, you need to finish the first fight standing up. So, Neon and Reyna are engaging me. I need to kill the Reyna like this, and then for the Neon, I can crouch down. So the 2 times, like, when the crouch, using the crouch is bad, is like using the crouch instantly before you even fire the first bullet, and when you need to fight, like, you know, 2 enemies at the same time or even more enemies. But I don't know, like, I mean, if we were already holding the enemies pushing B main, we could have just played this position, you know? Hold this off angle, ba ba boo, ba ba ba. Easy kills. And that's it. Listen, you can get up on this position without making a sound. And you should always try to get up on this spot without making a sound. So essentially making this sound is bad. Like, all you need to do is, like, before you jump, just press the shift. Like, try to master this jump, doing this jump, without making a sound. So we are using the silent step mechanic, essentially, like, to jump up here. Like, just test it in a custom server a few times, like, and that's it, essentially. I made a footstep 3 rounds in a row. Like, sorry guys, I'm tired of this.
There.
Enemy spotted mid.
Charlatan, you can also double bind walk to jump, and it will automatically be silent. I mean, you can do that as well, you know, like having the bind for walk and jumping. Bind jump to walk, yeah.
Take flight.
Oh, listen here. When should you take the orbs? On both attackers and defender side. And this is the rule that applies for every agent in the game. You want to take the orbs only when there is absolutely nothing better for you to do at that moment of time. Like, everything is silent, taking the orb is very safe. You know, enemies cannot kill you based on timing. Your teammates are not fighting the enemies. There's not a single chance that your teammates are gonna fight the enemies, etc, etc. But right now, taking this orb was mega dangerous because our teammates are also already peeking the enemies in the aiming area of the map. Like, while you were taking this orb at this moment of time, there was a huge chance that your Breach and Astra might die from the enemies that are gonna peek from the rafters, from the backside, etc, etc. Now this was a bit risky, plus we're losing the timing to execute the bomb site because the drone is already running out of time. And right now what we should have done is, like, use the smokes, use the drone to push in, double satchel, nade to deny the space, and that's it.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Listen, when you're executing bomb sets with Raze, and you have all of your utility available... Just a second, let's talk about it. Ba ba boo ba ba boo 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 boom.
Okay, mia familia.
Rip satchels.
Fireworks
True.
for me. Should be plenty loud for you to have some fun. My ult's ready.
So listen here.
30 seconds left. None of my stuff
So,
has malfunctioned yet.
if just a second. So listen here. When you're executing bomb sites with Raze and you have all of your utility available, how should your executes look like? You're always using Boombot first to scout some area of the map. If every single position is already scouted, every close range angle, we don't need to waste the Boombot. Because anyways, the duration of the Boombot is very short. You know. Like, basically, if we didn't have a Sova drone or Sova arrow, we use the Boombot to scout the enemies on the left and maybe, you know, in these corners. Or use the Boombot on the right to scout the enemies in these positions. For an example, like this. Then, we're using the nade to deny some positions for the enemy players and to push them out of these positions that were not scouted. And then, we're entering the bomb site with the satchels and entering the site together with the team. So, essentially, Boombot, if some area of the map is not scouted, like, for example, in this round, nobody check the vines. We can do the Boombot for the vines. Nade for the backside, or for the generator, or for the rafters to prevent the enemies from peeking the rafters. And then we're using the satchels onto this position, this position, this position, and that's it. Basically, like, you know, the two most important executes for you are getting into this spot, and up here. And that's it.
Taken out. Joke's over! You're dead! Standing ahead.
I remember watching a Wuhujin Pro analysis IRS Jing Haven. I remember he only threw one of Boombot nade because it is faster. Does that apply here too? I mean, if you have time to use both pieces of utility, you should use both pieces of utility to apply pressure onto the enemy team and to clear the angles for your teammates and yourself as well. But if you have time to only use one piece of utility, then only use one piece of utility.
Satchel out.
Now, I really don't know where you were going. Like, listen, you need to spend some time in a custom server, like, mastering, you know, double satcheling. It's really simple, really easy, like, you know, just spend, like, 10 minutes, 15 minutes per day developing the feeling for double satchels. Like, there are some tips and there are some tricks that I have explained in my Raze Rank playbook on my Discord server that can help you with mastering double satcheling. But generally speaking, you're just developing a feeling at the end of the day. And I don't know where you were going. Like, listen, in a full buy rounds, whenever you're executing some bomb set with Raze, you always want to prioritize one pathing over another. Like, there are always certain spots that you want to reach based on the gun that you have and based on what is the purpose of a specific execute. Like, when I'm pushing A site, I always prioritize this pathing instead of this one here because I don't want to be overexposed from under the site, from the rafters, from the back site, etc, etc. Like, your job when you're pushing A site is usually to F up the enemies in the smoke here, or reach this, or this position, and then play on the refrag potential with your teammates. When you're pushing the B site, you want to get here, here, or here, and then hide and basically play on the refrag potential with your teammates. You're pushing, I don't know, B side of Sunset. Most of the times you want to end up in this position and then push together with your allies and take the space with your teammates, for an example. You're pushing the, let's say, I don't know, on bind, the A site. Your job is to either use this pathing to backstab the enemies in the lamps with two of your satchels, or to reach this position or this position, and then wait for your teammates, apply the pressure onto the enemies with Boombot, with nade. This allows the enemies to peek you, and then on the contact between enemies and your allies, you're fighting the enemies. You're executing B-set of bind. No problem. Your job is to get into this spot or this spot, isolating these two fights, and then from these two positions, you're fighting enemies together with your allies. Like, essentially, you never want to, like, isolate 50-50 fights with the enemies. Like, you always want to fight together with your teammates, and you never, during your executes, you never want to end up in some overexposed positions where you can die from enormous amount of different angles on which your teammates cannot refrag you. They cannot trade a kill. They cannot kill the enemies back. They cannot fight with you, essentially. So, if I'm pushing a set of Ascent, I don't really want to end up here. Unless one enemy is there, you know, maybe I have a, I don't know, like, Judge, for an example, and I'm using, let's say, this nade and double satchels to kill this guy, for an example.
Joke's over! You're dead! Standing ahead.
One enemy remaining.
This is really stupid what we are doing right now, because, listen, when you end up in a numbers advantage, in a post plant, don't hunt the kills. You don't want the kills. Like, even if you're 4v1, the round is losable, because we're playing in low elo lobbies. Like, in these rounds, just focus on a refrag potential. Playing with your most aggressive teammates, like, we don't care about the killjoy. She is lurking, flanking, she's fine. But we cannot allow our Breach and Sova to die in some kind of a 1v1 gunfight, 1v2 or something like that. Like, you need to prioritize more fighting with your teammates and not fighting alone. Or hunting for the kills. Never hunt for the kills. Hunt for the rounds. Hunt for the elo. Hunt for the games, you know, like...
Yana, she lurks a lot.
Go get him.
Okay. And that would be the attacker side. I mean, the coaching videos and the training that I'm gonna share with you after this VOD review is going to help you fix like 60% of the problems that you had on the attacker side during this match. Now, let's see what you have to show us on a defender side. Now, let's dive into the defender side of Ascent. Story is very simple. A site is your default site, #1 priority. B site, #2 priority. Essentially, Ascent is a fast rotation map, so you don't really give a crap about B site and A site defense. Now, what does that mean? That means that you prioritize team play and staying alive over taking kills, fighting alone, and dying alone. That doesn't mean that you should sell A site and B site control for free. It simply means that if you have a chance to escape and wait for your allies to rotate and then fight together with them, you should do that. And if your teammates are fighting somewhere and they need your help, go help them out. Essentially, both A site and B site are easy for retake on this map. And the map is designed in a way where, you know, you don't give a crap about bomb site control that much. Of course, like when you're playing eco rounds, half by rounds, you wanna stay on the sites, like trade yourself for as many kills as possible, but in a full by rounds, first round, shit like that, you never die alone on the site. Like, sometimes it is impossible to defend the site alone. Now, on this map, you should always play a bit more semi-aggressive towards the choke points, you know, in the B main, mid, and A main, and try to potentially get a few picks, like in the main areas of the map. Pressure the enemies. Don't sell these positions for free to the enemy team without any information, you know. At least try to hold some pixel angles, tight angles. Try to maybe pressure them with a one-way smoke, nade, peek, I don't know, like there's so many different things we can do with different agents. And your highest priority on this map is always keeping the control of the market and the garden and A short area of the map. So if enemies are splitting B site, make sure that you prioritize defending market. If enemies are splitting A short, make sure that you defend the A short and the garden area of the map. But generally speaking, where you want to fight depends where your teammates are fighting. You know, like if your teammates are fighting on site and enemies are splitting B, close the market doors, fight with your teammates on site. If enemies are splitting A site and one of your teammates is Jesus Christ, bro! Just a second. Ah, la 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 la. Ari! Thank you a lot. Thank you a lot. We're gonna play more Valorant. Like, later. I have to do a second part of the VOD review. Sorry that I'm yelling like, I'm gonna upload this on a second YouTube channel, like. Thank you a lot for the raid. Thank you a lot for the raid. So essentially, if your teammates are fighting in A short, so let's say, you know, you're playing A site, and you have an ally that is fighting the enemies in A short and garden, close the switch, close the doors, rotate towards that teammate, deal with the enemies in A short, you know, kill them, ba ba boo, ba ba ba, and then play the retake together with your allies onto the A site. So the whole concept of fast rotation maps is that you prioritize refrag potential, you know, and you want to potentially get a frag, get a pick by abusing some kind of a cheesy strategy, some utility setup, some kind of a, you know, 200 IQ strategy, something, I don't know, operator holding the angles in a smart way, off angles, all of that good stuff. Now, in the first round on Ascent, even if Jesus Christ tells you to play B site, don't play B site. In the first round, you should always start on A, contesting the enemies in the A main area of the map and gambling on the A side, because A side is a bit harder for the retake than B side, because B side we can isolate in segments and different areas of the maps, and it is very easy to isolate the duels with the enemies. On A side, I mean, you drop down from the tower and you pray to God that, you know, enemies are not gonna kill you in some kind of a crossfire, peek from the aim and peek from there, you get the point. It's just harder for retake. So, in the first round with Raze, I don't know. Like, personally, what I do is I simply force a sheriff. You have a nade, you have a sheriff, done. Essentially, you're jiggle picking the enemies here, trying to delete one enemy from the existence. By the way, whenever you're holding this angle, you should always be jiggle picking it, because you don't want to be static. Even my grandma has a good crosshair placement for this position and pre-fires it. So jiggle peek. Aha, there is one enemy. Bop. Now, when the enemies are pushing, and you hear that enemies cross this door line, you know, this doorway here, that is the moment of time where you're doing the nade, splitting the enemies apart. Essentially, these enemies are running back, these enemies are running forward, and you're trying to kill them. How the nade should look like aim somewhere, you know, below this line, like this, so the nade actually drops, you know, and pressures the enemies back, like, that's the whole point of the nade. You can also do it a bit earlier, like, but I love to do it, like, when I approximately hear the enemies, somewhere here. So these guys are pressured to push me, and they're pressing the W key straight into my sheriff, and, you know, these guys cannot help them out, because they are naded, essentially. And then, if you get a kill, even if you don't get a kill, you position yourself on some secondary off angle, then trying to get more kills, or if you think it is too hard for you to defend the push, you can just go through the smoke. You know, let's pretend there is an enemy smoke right here, which should be. And then you go towards the short, play with your teammates, wait for your teammates to rotate. Essentially, always remember that your job in the first round on a defender side, on any map in Valorant, is never to stop the enemy's push. Your job is to slightly delay the enemy's push, potentially get a kill, make a numbers advantage by abusing some cheesy setup, strategy, utility usage. As soon as you get a kill, you turtle in, play the retake with your allies. That is your main job. So at the end of the day, you know, you try to get a kill here. Okay, we missed this shot. Enemies are pushing in. They're close to the doorway. We drop the nade, and some enemies are pressing W key. We kill one enemy. I'm out. I'm out. And what I can do from short, you know, enemies are going for the switch. Ba, 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 ba. This is fully spammable with high penetration weapons. Maybe you get another kill. 2 kills in a pocket, or at least you're gonna deal like 150, 200, 300 damage. And now we're gonna have easier time killing the enemies together. Enemies are planting the spike. There, you have a sheriff. No problem. That guy, dead. So, you know, don't... The worst thing you can do in the first round in Valorant, especially on a defender's side, is commit to some kind of a stupid 50-50 gunfight. Like, that is absolutely the most idiotic thing that you are a cretin if you do that, essentially. So, don't do it. Like, play smart and play with your team. Now, at the end of the day, like, you can also purchase a ghost and a satchel if you want that buy option, you know, like, ghost is also fine. You can also go with a classic pistol, light shield, and 2 satchels because, you know, one of our main jobs is to split the enemies apart here. And then we can pressure these enemies backwards, maybe triple shot them, go back, like, it's really up to you. I kind of prefer the sheriff, like, because, you know, I never found some real usage of the satchels or boombot in the first round. Like, gunfights are kind of clean on Ascent most of the time. And if the enemies are pushing B, okay, whatever. Just rotate through the fastest and the safest possible route and, you know, help your teammates on B side. That's it. If enemies are splitting the A side, you know what to do. You prioritize defending the A short area of the map, and you're trying to basically, like, you know, you're selling the A side, defending the A short. Like, always close the doors. We bait the enemies into thinking that we are not playing short, you know, together with our ally, or maybe no one is there, I don't know. And then we isolate these fights, deal with the enemies in short, and then retake the A side. Now let's see what our friend, like, legit unicorn did in the first round.
Double check it.
Listen, same as on attacker side. Always prioritize. Always prioritize satchels instead of the boombot. Satchels are more versatile. And they're gonna be useful 100... Like, no matter what you do, satchels are gonna be useful. Boombot is easy to destroy. Like, it doesn't even deal damage. Yes, it's gonna distract the enemies maybe for a bit and you get a kill, but it's hit or miss, like, ability, you know? Satchels, like, it's gonna be useful one way or another. For fast rotation, I don't know, like, for repositioning, for Ferrari peak.
There.
Okay, this setup that you're doing with Astra is also fine. I mean, they kind of made a pact that Astra is gonna do the pull and he's gonna use the nade. But I really think that it would have been much better if we are not selling so much space to the enemy team. Like, the number one mistake that players make on Ascent is playing way too passively and selling the main areas of the map for free. Like, at the end of the day, at least jump spot the enemies. Give me the info, how much space enemies have taken, and try to waste some of the enemy's utility before they execute the bomb site. On the fast rotation maps, such as Ascent and Sunset, the worst thing you can do is playing fully passively in the first round and in the full buy rounds. Like, you cannot allow the enemies, all 5 enemies, to get here and then explode onto the bomb site. And I'm still on the B side, jerking my wiener, you know, like, sorry, I actually forgot, like, so sorry, I need to mute that later. Like, you know, like, I'm still on B side, and like, you know, okay, you get the point, you get the point. So sorry, I completely, I need to edit this later, man. Like, chat knows what I'm talking about. Like, yesterday when we started this VOD review, the whole point is we need to get the info in the A main area of the map. Like, I think this VOD review, when we upload it on YouTube, it should have the, like, curse words counter, like, from the Frost 100%. Now, Anyways, one of our really good setups that you can do with Astra and Raze on Ascent is instead of putting the pool and Astra Star here, why don't we do it right here? You know? Like, it's even better. Like, now, there's Astra Star there. We're jiggle picking this angle. And then, we do the nade. Plus, we have the Astra Star. Enemy star rip. Or, you know, we put a star here. Even better. Like, enemies will need to make a decision. Do we want to stay in the pool? Or, we want to push, like, you know, this Raze. Much better setup than playing fully passively, selling the aim and control, and then what? Astra, brother, it's a first round. Let's not sell the space. Let's do this pull here. I'm gonna play more aggro with a ghost and boombot or I don't know, like satchel or classic light shield 2 satchels. You hear the enemies crossing this line. Bam, nade, pull. Some enemies will need to be pressured to W key you. They're gonna be completely distracted. While the others are gonna be completely useless. And maybe even die from the nade. I mean, you never know, to be honest, what's gonna happen. But okay, I mean, to be fair, like, if you already wanted to play this passive from the rafters, I would have, like, just bought the Sheriff. Now, why Sheriff on this map? Like, Ascent, Lotus, and Haven, those are the maps, like, that are made out of paper. If you're already not doing some kind of a classic pistol shorty strategy, which you should do also with a Raze, but I covered that in my rank playbook on my Discord server. Like, if you're not doing some type of a cheesy strategy like that, I mean, every wall is made out of paper. You can get so many cheesy kills through the walls, like, it's just stupid, you know?
Standing ahead.
And our Astra didn't really listen to our call out, huh? We don't have a star right now.
Enemy spotted A.
You made a huge mistake here. Like for example, I would not even try to like contest the enemies right now that are pushing through the choke point before I use my utility. Like, why would I do that? I mean, if I'm already starting this passively, so how would I play this round if I wanted to play full passive? Okay, I can jiggle pick this angle for the information and to maybe get a kill. I see the enemies pushing. I'll try to go for one tap, and then my eyes will be glued to the minimap. And I want to do the nade at a moment of time when the Raze and Neon are pushing into sight, so that we are separating the Neon and Raze from the rest of the enemy team, and then we can kill the Neon, kill the Raze, and then deal with the rest of the enemy team a bit later. That's generally the best moment of time for you to use the nade on a defender's side when the enemies are executing some bomb site. Basically separating the duelists from the rest of their team, so you can deal with them first, while the rest of the team is cucked, you know, in the amen area of the map.
Enemy spotted A.
And also, like, listen, especially when you're playing first rounds in Valorant, like, one thing that you really need to focus on is playing on a refrag potential. Like, you know, wait, chill a bit, you know? Like, wait for a breach. Okay, Sova died alone on site. We cannot help him out. We didn't use our nade in time to support him and to basically, like, delay the enemies push through the choke point, separate enemies and pressure them. No problem. He is done. There's no refrag potential anymore. Like, he is dead, essentially. Like, here, instead of taking this fight with the enemy Raze, what I would have done, I would have waited for my breach to come extremely close to me, wait for the breach to peek, and then I'm gonna go for a peek. Because the problem is, like, in these lobbies that are below, like, let's say, Ascendant 1, like, you never know if your teammates are gonna refrag you, and if your teammates are gonna peek with you. Like, one really good habit that you should keep in these lobbies is waiting for your teammates to peek first. Trust me, your teammates are always gonna be hungry for kills. Your teammates are always going to be like, you know, bloodborne. As they want to fight. Like, essentially, the problem in these lobbies is like, you need to be the one that is picking the right timing to fight together with your allies, instead of relying on your teammates to pick a good timing to fight with you, especially on a defender side. On attack, most of the times you cannot control that. You know, it depends on a lot of factors. But on defense, okay, like, brother, I'm on top of the rafters, you know, and essentially, my breach is coming here. I'm gonna wait for the breach. Breach is using the stun, the flash. Breach is peeking first, but I'm immediately there to play with him. I'm not baiting him for nothing. I'm baiting him so that I pick the good timing to fight with him, instead of relying on these idiots in these lobbies to play with me. Because let's be honest, like, you know, like, in the lobbies between Iron 1 and Diamond 3, you're gonna meet some crazy players, bro. Crazy, like you never know. I don't know, this round, like, there's a lot of mistakes that happen, like, from playing way too passively, not contesting the enemies in the choke point, and trying to potentially get a pick. Also, third mistake is, like, we're not wasting any enemy's utility before they execute the bomb site. Fourth mistake is, like, I mean, if you're already playing rafters and in such a long-range gunfight, like, just buy a sheriff. Fifth mistake is mistiming the nade. Like, we needed to use the nade as soon as the Neon did the wall and started pushing into the bomb site. Then, when Sova was fighting the enemies, we should have peeked with the Sova, like 6-7 mistakes. But the number one was playing way too passively from the beginning. Okay, listen, man, like, I mean, if you lose the first round, like, second round is always equal halbay. Now, listen here. One thing that I didn't mention for a very long period of time. On attacker's side, I completely stopped forcing in a second round. I think it is not worth it at all, because of the stupid outlaw. Like, on attacker's side, like, forcing guns in the second round is mega giga gamble. Like, a really, really huge gamble. And I really don't, you know, like, what are you gonna force? Like, heavy shield and shorty? You know, heavy shield and sheriff? I mean, maybe you have money for heavy shield and sting. I mean, if you have money for heavy shield and stingers, like all of your teammates, that's actually okay. But your teammate's playing a light shield in a second force by round against a potential outlaw. That's too much of a gamble. And if you lose that round, you get auto loss in the third round, and then you lost 3 rounds in a row for nothing. And on the defender side, I mean, sometimes it's okay to force, like, depending, you know, what your teammates want to do. But second round usually should be, like, an equal round. And in this round, like, listen here. No matter if you lose or win the first round in Valorant, on Ascent, the second round you always start around A set and A short. If I win the first round, I'm gonna buy the Outlaw, Light Shield or Heavy Shield with some of utility. And I'm just gonna go for the aggressive peak in mid link like this and hold the mid. And then I'm playing a fast rotation between A site and B site. If you lose the first round, we can play classic pistol shorty strategy. Like, basically, you know, dropping a shorty here, buying a classic pistol, nothing else. Just classic shorty and 1 satchel. We need 1 satchel. And I'm trying to see if the enemies are gonna come, you know, fighting for information. And if the enemies are coming, I'm just gonna, pick up the shorty, and try to pick a right moment of time to peek out and trade myself for this kill. Getting this kill with a shotgun onto the guy that is closing or opening the doors, closing the doors, is mega easy. Like, whenever enemies are pushing A site and you just want to trade yourself for one kill because you're low HP or you're playing an eco round, this is the easiest kill that you can get. And sometimes if you maybe combine your utility right, like for an example, you drop this satchel, like there is a chance for you to escape. You know, like essentially you can use your satchels like a dash ability in some situations, or like if your enemies are really distracted, like and you time your nade right and you know peek out, maybe you can take the gun and kill more enemies. But remember that in eco rounds, your job is not really to stay alive. Your job is not to win the round at the end of the day. Your job is to get as many kills as possible. We're building up the ultimate, building up our economy, damaging the enemy's economy, and having higher chances of winning the future rounds. And anyways, when your team is playing eco, your teammates will have much higher chances of winning an eco round 4v3 or 4v4 than playing a default 5v5, for an example. So the first opportunity you have in eco rounds to trade yourself for a kill, you should take that opportunity. But in this round, like... Okay, he's going for a full save. I mean, we can do that. Okay.
Can I get a drop?
Playing here.
There.
Other B. A lot B.
Okay.
At least 2.
Caution here.
So the AB rule is happening, huh? Ooh, that peek on mid was mega risky. Okay, we can maybe get a kill. Ooh, 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 ooh. Listen, you should have been the first contact here. Because, like, essentially, we baited this like Breach. I mean, Breach should have, let's be honest, like, Breach should have gotten a kill here. But in this situation, you should have been the one distracting the enemy Phoenix, because Breach can refrag you, but you cannot refrag the Breach if he dies beyond this position here. Like, whenever you're playing on a refrag potential or some kind of a, you know, like a double bait strategy or like some kind of a crossfire setup, like, there is always some kind of a priority who's gonna peek and who should take the first fight. Like, I mean, if your teammate is here and you're here and an enemy is pushing here, just ask yourself, like, if I don't kill this guy and this guy kills me, can my Breach refrag me? Yes. Because he can just peek at any moment of time and he will see this Phoenix 24/7. But the second question is, like, if Phoenix goes out, kills the Breach, can I refrag my Breach? I cannot, because he's gonna be behind the cover. So whenever you're in some kind of a situation like this, like you're asking yourself, should I peek first or should my teammate peek first? Just ask who can actually play on a refrag potential. Like, essentially, who can actually see this Phoenix in every single gunfight and no matter what is the outcome of the fights.
Planted.
We baited this
Last
Phoenix.
player standing.
I mean, with this Breach a bit.
Flawless.
Ha, Reyna is still on mid. Okay. So in the first round, enemies went A site. Yeah. In the second round, enemies went B. So as soon as the enemies create this type of AB pattern of pushing, on Ascent, I would just gamble on that pattern of pushing. So in this third round, once again, I will play somewhere on the A site and around the A short area of the map. But once again, I'm not gonna play this passively. Like, at least jiggle peek the aiming area of the map and get the information for yourself. Like, one really good benefit of playing Raze is your utility is very strong to separate the enemies, to kill them, to pressure them. Like, you know, you shouldn't be playing all the way in the short and waiting and selling this map control to the enemy team. Or all the way, you know, like here, instead of playing more close to the short. You know, maybe jiggle peeking this angle or like jump spotting it. Why? Because if the enemies are pushing short, once again, we can just pick a right timing to use the nade here, pressure them with a satchel, take an easy kill. Like, as long as you have the satchels, nade, like boom bots, like, you should play more towards the choke points and pressure the enemies.
Caution here.
And it's kind of sad, like, I mean, we have like a Astra Raze setup, like, I mean, with Astra and Raze, I mean, taking the control of the main areas of the map is piece of cake. Also, there's a one-way smoke here. We have a gravity well here. If the enemies cross there, ba ba boo ba ba ba, bounce the nade, the enemy is dead. Delete that idiot. Like Astra and Raze are maybe the best two agents in the game to take the control of these type of, you know, narrow main areas of the map, such as, you know, Amen and Beeman of Ascent. I don't know, like on Lotus, like B-main area of the map. I'm currently in a map rotation. We don't have good maps for this combo, but on split, like Amen and Beeman, of course, that type of stuff. You see, like, enemies are taking the A-main control for free. Okay, so enemies are abusing the AB rule and AB pattern of pushing. Like, right now, enemies took the full A-main control without firing a single bullet. They only used the Sova arrow and that's it. How is that possible? Like, we didn't waste a single stun, a single flash, a single nade. Enemies are just gonna stomp us on A side.
There.
I mean, yes, in the team comps, where enemies don't have, like, a controller, sure, you can play a bit more passively. You know, like, obviously, like, it's gonna be hard for the enemies to execute a sight. But they still have, like, a neon wall. They still have the Phoenix wall. You know? Like, this ain't gonna be that easy. Okay. Everything that happened right now, raw mechanics. Like, reaction time, 0. Unfortunate nade. I mean, not unfortunate, just we missed it. And generally, throughout this VOD review, I've noticed that your reaction time can be a bit better. And thankfully, like, I have, like, plenty of aim training routines and general trainings that can help you with that. So after this VOD review, I'm gonna give you something to work on this problem. And also, like, listen, whenever you hear, like, whenever you're holding an angle in Valorant, like, you should always place your crosshair based on what type of angle you're holding, how you think enemies are gonna peek you, and what you can anticipate, essentially, from the enemy team. Like, right now, you know, enemies, you know, you're just listening to the enemies running like monkeys, and they're just pressing the W key, you know. Like, I definitely wouldn't place my crosshair this close to the choke point, because I would anticipate the enemies to go for the a bit wider peaks, to swing out together, especially because they have like 4 duelists and they're just going to be pushing in. There's no way that enemies are going to be jiggle peeking us here as they're pushing through the choke point, like with this team composition, you know. Like, they need to push much faster because they don't have the smokes, essentially. But anyways, like, how the enemies executed this site, like, I mean, they had, like, just, I'm not even gonna talk about this.
Hey. Reloading. Spike.
Okay, listen, like, when enemies are closing the doors and hitting the switch, like, always, you know, observe a possibility that there might be an enemy pushing you into garden and A short. So don't, you know, don't give your ass to the enemy team. You know, don't give them your back. Like, always place your crosshair here as you're rotating towards the rafters and whatever you're doing, essentially. Like, generally speaking, like, the main rule that you should follow in Valorant, when it comes to your crosshair placement, no matter what you're doing, your crosshair should always be placed on the most probable angle from which enemies can peek you or kill you at that moment of time. No, you're rotating, flanking, lurking, like literally no matter what you're doing. Even if you're rotating with your knife out, you should follow this rule.
Spike planted.
This this double satchel that you did here was completely unnecessary. Like, this is what we call unnecessary risk. Listen, whenever you have true numbers advantage in Valorant, and especially if the enemies are eco, hull by, or they're playing a bonus round with bad weapons, like, your main priority should always be trying to win that round on a refrag potential. So you're just focused on having your gun in your hands and refragging your allies and taking the fights one by one. Like, I would never use some crazy omen smokes, aggressive setup executes. I would never, like, dash into the enemy's face with a jet. I would never do double satchels to get onto the bomb site or some area of the map. I would just fight with my teammates. Hold a gun in my hands and use my utility only if I really need to use it at that moment of time. To maybe, you know, I don't know. Of course, like, if I'm playing Jet, I'm gonna pre-activate my dash and take a fight with the enemies. With the Raze, we can go for I don't know, like, our teammates are fighting from the tower. We can go for a, you know, Ferrari peek with a satchel, try to get a kill. Obviously, I'm gonna use a boombot to scout for the enemies in some area of the map, like maybe below the site or something like that. But your main priority should always be making sure that you save the gun and preserve your economy that you have at that moment of time. So winning, you know, in Valorant, like, one of the main things that you want to focus on in the early stages of the game is, like, losing the rounds with the least amount of casualties possible. So that you're building a strong economy for the rest of the rounds and rest of the game. Rest of the half, essentially. And this double satchel, you know, complete unnecessary risk, waste of 400 credits. Like, there was no reason to do this at all.
One enemy remaining.
Okay. I mean, I never doubted that we were gonna win this round. Wait, what's happening here?
Do you want to dance? I'll lead.
Okay, listen. So, in this round, he is kind of debating should he replenish his armor or not. In the previous round, he bought a light shield. He didn't take a single damage. And in this round, he has money, you know, like, to buy the heavy shield. And he's like, you know, should I buy it? The answer is no. Essentially, I would replenish my heavy shield only if I save. I would replenish my light shield only if I win 2 rounds in a row and that light shield, like, stayed with me. So essentially, I win. We won the previous round. We win 1 more round. In a 3rd round, I would replenish my light shield and take the heavy shield. Like, let's say I win the 1st round and enemies don't touch my light shield. Do I buy the heavy shield in a 2nd? No. I'm gonna stay with the light shield. Let's say I win the 2nd round and enemies don't touch my light shield. Will I buy the heavy shield in a 3rd round? Maybe. Maybe not, because it's a bonus round. You know, like, essentially. But chances are higher that I would replenish it, you know, basically. So, you know, there's no reason to invest right now, like, these 1,000 credits. Like, we still don't have a strong economy. Maybe in the next round we can also buy the operator. Like on Ascent, one of the main things that I talk about in the ranked playbook and in the guides that I made on my Discord server is, like, you know, how much you should actually abuse operator on this map. I literally use operator with Killjoy on a defender side. Like, my main 2 weapons on a defender side of Ascent, operator and outlaw. The easiest kills you can get in Valorant. And in this round, playing the B side, Good job. Very good idea. Like, enemies are following the AB pattern of pushing. Plus, in the previous round, we also stopped the enemy's push on A, so we can use the rule of fear as well. Basically, you know, when you're reading enemies in Valorant, like, and players' mentality, AB rule and rule of fear can tell you, like, 60, 70, 80% of times, like, where the enemies are gonna go. As soon as you notice that enemies are following these two mentality rules, you know, of average solo queue players, just position yourself in that way. And every round try to counter the enemies. And if you're not able to stop them yourself, like, tell your teammates to try something themselves. Again, we're playing passive, huh?
If it's back there, yeah. But
Listen, like, this angle here is one of the worst angles you can play on the Ascent of B side. Like, literally, this is a suicide angle. You know? Like, if you get stuck here without the support of your teammates, or God forbid, you get mollied, there's no going out. Like, you can maybe get a kill and just die. And we are still in this early stage of the game where we cannot really trust our teammates with anything. I mean, we don't know how our teammates are going to play on the defender's side. Like, we just lost 2 rounds and won 1. So, playing in this position, this early on in the game, not the best idea. Like, right now, what would be a good idea is, once again, to maybe try to contest the enemies in a B-main area of the map. You know? Like, maybe with utility or nade, boombot, like, I don't know, like, you hear that, you know that enemies like to rush the choke points like monkeys. Let's abuse that. You know, why not? Like, enemies come close to you, let's jiggle through the nade. Now, maybe one enemy pushes us, we do the satchel, take an easy kill, get out. Also, we can instantly start abusing off angles. I mean, enemies don't have any smokers. Like, there is 3 things that we know for a fact. Number 1, enemies don't have a controller, so no smokes. We can abuse every off angle, every position, everything, essentially. Number 2, enemies are just pressing W key. Sometimes they're not even using any utility to execute the bomb sites. And number 3, because they're using a very low amount of utility to execute the sites, we didn't see a single time when the enemies pushed A site. You know? We didn't see a single time enemy Phoenix and Reyna use a flash. I mean, I never saw a single flash from the Reyna on the minimap at all. So why don't we, instead of playing in this one and done angle, maybe play up here? You know, this is a good off angle. Like, playing all the way on the edge of these boxes, take a small incremental fight, maybe kill an enemy with a burst fire, drop down. Now, reposition with the satchel. Enemies are pushing in. Okay, we can bounce the nade from that spot, try to stop the enemy's push through the speedway, push them back a bit, maybe take one more kill. Enemy Neon is going for the switch. We can use the nade. If there is a wall there, we can reposition to our side to help our Killjoy and fight with the Killjoy. This off angle here as well. Like, essentially, the worst position you can play on B side is like here. If you don't have the support from your allies.
what if they drone?
Caution here.
You know, if your teammates are not fighting aggressively for this front side. Yeah, like, I mean, we're cooked now, man. Ooh. Okay, I guess, you know, that's the Sova drone in this elo, huh? That's the Sova drone in this elo.
Spike down.
Okay.
B. Last player standing.
Not bad. I mean, he played on trigger discipline and he got 3 kills. But it would have been much, much better if you actually play this round on some good off angle, take the kills before your teammates even have a chance to die, and fight with your allies. I mean, there's just so many bad things that can happen for you on this position. Like, it's just, it's like this spot, I think I play once in 5 matches of Ascent on a defender's side. And on a post plant as well.
Spike down B.
I mean, it's not like his teammates did a good job either, like... Okay. Now... Just a second. What's happening here? Okay. Now, in this next round, you know, if enemies are already so keen to follow this AB pattern of pushing, you know what to do. Like, just gamble on the A site. Anyways, A site is our default bomb site on this map. The site that we should play, like, whenever we have no idea where enemies are gonna go next and when we need to gamble a bit more. And that's it. Why light shield? Why did we buy light shield here? Our teammates don't have money somehow. Okay. I don't know. Okay. And it is a push. I'm the hunter.
They're in.
Oof. Listen, one of the main things that you really need to pay attention on, especially on the attacker side, this was prominent. Like, sometimes you don't use your utility at all, and sometimes you use it prematurely or you just waste it. Like, chill a bit. Like utility usage with Raze is mega important. I mean, the whole point of playing this agent is having the highest efficiency in terms of your utility usage. Here, okay. Don't panic, you know. Like, what would you actually ever throw a nade for that spot there? Like, if I saw that my teammates are fighting that guy there, and I'm pushing from the rafters, okay, I'm unequipping the nade, pulling out the gun, killing that guy, and now let's use a nade for the retake. Because this nade can be mega useful to basically, like, you know, deny this position, to maybe use it over the, you know, as an airborne nade to apply the pressure onto the enemies on site and push them from some positions. Like, this nade could have had so many better usages. Like, we combine the boombot, nade here, we satchel, like, so many things we can do with our utility. So many better things.
Do you flash breach?
Spike planted.
Main and hell.
Okay, listen. Some rounds in Valorant are simply unwinnable. Like here. First of all, instead of spamming this wall and wasting your time, you should have fought with your Killjoy and picked the gunfights with the Killjoy. Like, your main priority when you're going for the retakes, executes, when you're playing the post plans, is looking at the minimap. Like, 50% of times, your eyes should be up there, and other 50% of time, your eyes should be on your screen. Every single time when you hear some gunshots, somebody dies, something happens on the map, check the minimap. Like, right now, instead of wasting your time trying to get a potential kill, we should be supporting our Killjoy that is obviously gonna take a fight, and we just, you know, we're just praying to God if she's gonna win it. Instead of fighting with her, dealing with the enemy Phoenix, and now we are 3 versus 3, essentially. Now, after the Killjoy died, I would just call it a quit. Like, some rounds in Valorant are simply unwinnable, and it is better to save the economy and save the guns for the next round, so we have higher chances of winning the next round and round after that. There's a lot of reasons why we should save in this round. In the next round, our teammates anyways have a full buy, so I don't need to invest money into a heavy shield and another gun. Like, I can just buy utility and I have a full buy. Then I can buy, even if I lose the next round, in the round after that, I can still full buy. And in the round after that, I still have the ultimate that I can just play, like, you know, I can play Heavy Shield Ultimate and Shorty for an example. And maybe trade myself for like 2, 3, 4 kills and maybe win that eco round. If I lose like 2 rounds in a row. Like, against Raze Ultimate, Sova Ultimate, Phoenix Ultimate. I mean, there is absolutely no way. We can, like, you need to be a magician to win this round. Like, you need to be smurfing, essentially. Now in this round, once again, I will be pressuring the enemies, like, but what is the core mistake in this VOD? And on a defender side of Ascent? Lack of pressure in the main areas of the map. You cannot play Ascent like this passively. We need to consistently pressure the enemies in aim and beam it. Like, tell your Omen, Astra, whatever, like, to give you the one-way smoke here, one-way smoke here. Buy the Odin, spam this wall, like, I don't know, like, use your nade to separate the enemies, try to get some kills. Like, we need to potentially get some kills, get the information, reveal the enemies, waste some kind of a utility from them as well, instead of selling them this map control here and here. I mean, there is a chance that someone is gonna peek mid tiles, but let's be honest, in this round, chances are like, I would say 80% that enemies are gonna go B, and only 10% they're gonna go mid or A set again. And we always gamble on the higher chances. And remember one more time, I spoke about this like a lot of the times. Like, it is always better for you to play Valorant based on certain set of rules in order to gamble smart, rather than playing Valorant based on your feeling. If you play Valorant just purely based on your feeling, what enemies are gonna do, that's a complete 50-50 gamble. But if you play Valorant based on a set of rules, like what type of abilities enemies have, which map we play, is it fast rotation, slow rotation, what is our higher priority in ranked environment, like what players usually love to do in the ranked solo queue, which other rules we should combine with the initial rules, like, you're gonna be right 70 to 80% of times where the enemies are gonna go next. It's impossible to be right like 100% of times. Like, nobody can do that. Like, I'm not a wizard, you're not a wizard, etc. But if you're right about something 70 or 80% of times, and that is still 10 times better than doing a 50-50 gamble 24/7.
Caution here.
Okay. Well, this is easy retake. We have the ultimate, right? Yeah.
Spike planted.
No way, man. No way. I mean, like, okay. Like, his idea to drop the nade here. Okay, let's talk about this round. So first of all, the boombot here was okay, I guess, like, to scout the enemies below the site, but generally speaking, like, when I'm dropping the boombot for the A retake, I usually like to drop it like this. So it bounces like, how the hell that happens? Sorry guys, that's not how the boombot looks like. Like, the boombot should drop down and bounce like this. So it goes towards that angle as well. Like, with the boombot, very rarely I want to clear the back of the box. I want to clear this area of the map and that position. So I can also stack it with an 8. If the enemies are there, you can easily pull that enemy with an 8 like this, once we reveal that enemy. Now, and the second boombot I like to use is just this one for under the site area of the map. Now, whatever. He used the boombot to scout the enemies, that's fine. He used the nade because he thought that enemies are gonna go back into the A main and to stop their, you know, rotation because of the Killjoy's ultimate. That's also fine. And his teammates kinda effed up here, like, to be honest. I mean, you know, Killjoy and Breach are defending the lockdown. In this situation, you kinda need to trust your teammates a bit. Like, somebody has to watch the Rafters push. Because at any moment of time, one enemy might be pushing us from behind. We don't know. And this was just a huge mistake from there, you know. This is something that you cannot compensate, to be honest, in any way. We just need to wait for the lockdown to go down, you know, and then go for the retake. But I don't know how like, Killjoy and Breach, like, solved the lockdown there. Like, just stupid. I mean, proves once again that in Valorant, you literally cannot trust anyone. Like, even if you're playing with your own mother, you should not trust trust her at all. Like, you only trust yourself. Okay, for this retake, I would definitely be using my ultimate. Like, I mean, this is still a winnable round. Easily winnable round. Like, okay, one enemy is definitely short. Right or left. Let's have them up, like, with a ultimate, with the satchels. Like, I would have used the ultimate here as soon as possible. To actually, you know, make a 3 versus 3 scenario. And to also kill an enemy before my Breach and Killjoy take any stupid gunfight. Okay, that was risky. Okay, now maybe we don't need to use the ultimate. We need to gamble this. Okay, now satchel. Never mind. Tap it. Good. Oh, yeah. I mean, like, in this scenario, he should have just tapped the spike. Like, it was obvious the Sova is gonna fire another bolt at his face, and then he can stick the defuse. But a huge mistake here is once again from his teammates. Like, if I already hear the Sova ultimate, and I have no idea, or we see that Sova has the ultimate, and I have no idea where is the Phoenix. We need to pressure them with the aim in. Like, this Killjoy needed to take more aggressively the aim in together with the Breach. Also, listen here. Try to stay away from being the guy that is like defusing or planting the spike in ranked solo queue. Every single time when you're not controlling the outcome of the round, so you're not holding the gun in your hands, contesting the enemies, trying to win the round yourself, is the moment of time where you're just gambling. Like, only God knows if your teammates are gonna kill the enemies and if your teammates are gonna make the right game decisions. Like, I will always drop the spike to my teammates and be the one that is actually, you know, pressuring the enemies, holding the angles, holding the enemies, push, etc, etc, punishing the enemies. Did we win the round? Okay, we won it at the end by an inch. Okay, now in this round, like, once again, I would have played B side, obviously, because of the rule of fear, which enemies also followed. In this round as well, there's like 80% of chance that enemies are gonna go B. Now, here's a bit of an economy mistake. Like, this is a full buy round for us. Like, Killjoy is gonna get a drop from this guy. Why are we playing Judge with a light shield in this round? This round is like heavy shield, Vandal Phantom, utility. Like, why am I gambling the success of this round and buying only a light shield? I don't understand this economy. And also, why Judge? I mean, Judge is good on Ascent. Like, you know, it's a stupid weapon to abuse, but you don't need to play a, you know, maybe a controller or some kind of a fast-paced character. But like, I don't know why would he. I mean, you know, buy the Odin, spam the B wall, like buy the operator, get on off angles and kill the enemies. Like, I don't know. And also, listen here, like, you cannot play this close. You cannot play this close to this corner. Because, like, whenever you're positioning yourself with the shotguns, positioning with the shotguns is mega important. And that is going to be explained in one of the exclusive coaching videos that I'm going to share with you after this VOD review. But if I'm holding this angle, I cannot play all the way here. That's too much. Because, you know, enemies have the angle perception advantage over you. there is huge chance that right now enemies see the tip of your gun if they go onto this position. Like, you always want to be like, you know, pay attention that your gun is not sticking out. Hold the angles a bit more diagonally so it is not so easy to pre-aim you. And personally, if I'm playing shotguns without the smokes, so I'm not playing a controller, I'm not playing Cypher, and I'm not gonna have the smokes here myself, my own smokes. I actually like to play this position with the shotguns, like the most. I'm just waiting for the enemies to push through the speedway, ba ba boo ba ba ba. You know, when enemies are crossing this line, we go ba ba boo ba ba ba, and now we can pressure the enemies with the nades. Maybe go towards the stairs, ba ba boo ba ba ba, and then maybe go at the backside, and that's it. Like this spot here, like playing once again without any support, without any bait from your teammates, without a cubby position smoke, you know, like in this spot when I'm playing with a shotgun, I usually put a smoke that looks like this, so it covers me there, or like this, so I have this routing to, you know, pressure the enemy's full aggro. I don't know. This is very risky. But I think that here we're gonna die because of angle perception disadvantage. Maybe, I don't know, like it depends how enemies... Ooh, listen. This is gonna be explained in the... everything wrong that you did in this round is going to be explained in the exclusive coaching videos that I'm gonna share with you. Like, discipline in your aim is equally important with the shotguns as with any other gun. But primary thing that I didn't like in this round is like the position that you chose to play with the judge. Second problem is like economy. Like, why would you buy a judge with a light shield in this round? Why would you go for this play right now? You know, like for every play there is a moment of time when you should do it. Like, I mean, I would buy a judge on this map only if I don't have money for, you know, operator or something like that. And another thing that I want to emphasize here is that we also have the ultimate. I mean, when it comes to using the Raze ultimate, like, this is maybe the best moment of time to use it. Like, you hear like 3, 4, 5 enemies in the main area of the map, close to you. Pentakill. Like, this is a pentakill for you. Unless the, you know, Valorant gods decide that it is time to miss the ultimate and go full Rosa mode. But, I don't know. If I have only a judge with a light shield and ultimate, I'm definitely not gonna try to kill the enemies with a judge and light shield. One of the worst things that players do in Valorant is saving the ultimate for some perfect moment of time. Remember that. Like, there's no perfect moment of time in Valorant. Like, as soon as you see the first opportunity to use your ultimate to get some kills, to make numbers advantage, to win the rounds, to secure the rounds, do it. You're 1 versus 1, you have a breach ultimate. Do the breach ultimate. Enemies are pushing you, you have a judge, you think you're gonna maybe get 2 kills with a judge. Use the ultimate instead. It doesn't matter, we're gonna build another ultimate as long as you're securing the rounds and winning them. It is, you have the... You have like Gecko ultimate. You're 1 versus 1. Enemy is 1 HP. Use the ultimate. Use the ultimate. Don't risk it. Don't give that enemy even 1% of chance to win that round. Last match, like no, match on Lotus, like I played and we lost the round because my Raze didn't want to use the ultimate. Like my teammates were like 1 versus 2. My Raze had the ult, and enemies planted the spike on C. One enemy was here. She has the ultimate. And instead of using the ultimate, she's using the boombot, the nade. My ISO is peeking out. My Raze is peeking out. And we are losing the round, and we lost that match. Actually, that match I played yesterday, not today. Like, it is just stupid. Secure the rounds in Valorant. Like don't save your utility. you should save your utility, like, you know, when the round is 100% secured, like when there's like really, you know, really like mega low chances that enemies are gonna win the round. Like, I mean, if I'm 3v1 and I have the Raze ultimate, I'm not gonna use the Raze ultimate, obviously. Like, I'm gonna try to win that round based on the numbers advantage. Like, you see, like, this round, you didn't lose it, but you didn't win it as well. Actually, you kind of lost it. Because you had the ultimate, you could have demolished the enemies right now. Now, but the main problem is that, like, why is the defender side going as it is going right now? We're playing mega passive. I don't say that you should push behind the enemies or, you know, do this or do this, but we need to start contesting the enemies in A main and B main. And also, in this round, chances are really high that the enemies are gonna go A. And I would play Ascent. And I would just tell my Sova, brother, good luck on B.
Revealing area.
Yeah, this is just A, B, C, D, E, F, G, brothers. Enemies really like the alphabet. Okay, good nade. Solid. Good support. Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Okay. 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 Solid. No, this was okay, to be honest. The only thing that I would have done differently in this round is if I noticed on the minimap that one enemy is here, I would have actually pulled out my boombot and, you know, pressure that enemy with utility. And then... I missed it. Like, and then, you know, I would play with my teammates more. I wouldn't peek alone. Like, I would definitely go for that kill. And always remember, like, if you don't see the enemy initiator on the map, always expect the enemy's initiator to be the last one going out. Especially when you're playing against the Sova. I mean, if you don't see a Sova on the minimap, like, he was probably the one, like, doing the lineups, doing the drones, like, you should expect that peak from the B main, that peak from the A main. And they always go last, because they need to, you know, like, Breach when he's doing some kind of a lineup stun and stuff like that. Like, if KO is using a lineup pop flash, etc, etc. But overall, like, good round. Like, I mean, I have nothing really to crap about. Oh! Let's see this. We have the ultimate, we have an 8. This is easy round. And yes, in this round, we should play the B side because chances are really high enemies are gonna go B. Listen.
Alright, sounds good.
You're holding this angle way too wide. I don't really understand what type of nade you're gonna do right now, but whichever nade you're going to do, you need to remember that this is a common angle. And this angle, you cannot hold this wide. Like, if you already want to use the nade to pressure the enemies, potentially get some kills, and stop their push. Like, we're either jiggle peeking this corner, like this, and doing this nade, and then maybe, you know, trying to kill the enemies with a boombot and pressure them. Or, you're holding a tight angle, like this, and dropping the nade through that tight angle. Now, when you're dropping the nades through the tight angles, like, you need to develop a good feeling for how tight you can actually hold the angle so that your nade doesn't do this, for an example. Actually, you can hold it that tight as well, like, do that, for an example. Like, TLDR, you can hold really tight angles, essentially. Like, the angles that I hold, like, you know, with guns, the nade can go through them as well. Okay, he actually started jiggle picking. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, I mean, we needed in this round. In this round, like, in this round, we needed to gamble on the B side. I mean, that's the only information that we have, and you know, when it comes to the enemy's pattern of pushing, like, I would have also gambled on B, to be honest. Like,
Enemy spotted A.
should go ult here.
And this retake, once again, is mega winnable. We still have the ultimate, all of utility.
What tree? She ult? Oh my god.
You kill? Nade? Nade? Oof, why do... Why, listen. Sorry, I turned into a monkey for a second. Like, when you want to use your utility with a Raze, any agent, essentially. Like, pull out your utility when you're ready to use it, and don't overexpose yourself to the enemies. I mean, one of the worst things you can do in Valorant is like, I don't know, like, you know, I see a lot of the players like running through the aim and area of the map with a Omen Paranoia in the hands, or, you know, pushing the A site like this. Like, I see some crazy things like in my coaching sessions. Like, but the worst thing you can do is like, you pick the angle and now you decide to pull the nade. No. You unpick the angle, pull out the nade, and now jiggle throw. Also, like, you know, this nade can be bounced. I kinda missed it there. Like, and something like this. Ba ba boo ba ba ba. Not bad. Now he's pulled there. Ba ba boo ba ba ba. A lot of ba ba boo ba ba ba's today.
Gen.
Easy kill.
Spike down.
Okay.
A.
What's happening?
Let's see it, guys. Are we gonna do it? Brother, right now, that Phoenix is perishing from this map. Like, I'm using my ultimate 1,000,000%.
Yeah, play out. We'll play for the drop.
He's one.
Give me 100, I think.
This is actually bad positioning. Now, why is it bad positioning? Because if he gets stuck on this position, actually, it's okay. It's okay. Like, Killjoy is... No, it's okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. It's actually better if he plays left side, because the Killjoy is watching the right side. It would be better if he stayed on the left side, actually. Yeah. But what... I don't know what is this crosshair placement. I mean, the Killjoy is not watching the rafters. Enemy Phoenix can easily do this. You can actually silently drop down, like, yeah. And surprise the Raze.
There.
Or he can just do that, okay? And once again, I would actually gamble on the B side, because, I mean, in most of the rounds, enemies follow the AB rule and rule of fear. I'm just gonna quickly give you the definition of these two rules. AB rule. Players in Valorant, most of the times, will try to do something different every single round, thinking that they are unpredictable, while in reality that makes them more predictable. AB rule doesn't mean that enemies will literally go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It means that every round they're gonna do something different. So if one round you see enemies go A, second round they go mid, third round they go B, fourth round they go A, what do we do in the fifth round? Chances are much higher. They're gonna pressure either mid, B, or they're gonna play default. So we play towards the market. You get the point. Rule of fear. Like, as soon as you notice that enemies, like, as soon as you punish the enemy somewhere, and you notice that enemies are not doing the same thing 2 times in a row, you know what to do. You know what to expect. Just don't expect whatever they did in the previous round. Because that's general human, you know, mentality, essentially. People are usually afraid to repeat the things that failed previously, which is stupid mentality as well. It is much more unpredictable to actually repeat the same things 1, 2, 3 times in a row in order to test the enemies a bit. I mean, we can also, when you're repeating strategies, they don't need to be identical. You can always change 1, 2, or 3 factors within the strategy to make it look the same, while in reality we're doing kinda a bit of a different thing. But we're not changing the site or area of the map that we are pressuring. I don't know, like he... Okay. But why? Why would you do the nade if you're not gonna fight the enemies? Like if I'm doing that nade, I'm doing it with a purpose to fight, to take the kill. It doesn't make any sense. Like, okay, enemies are pushing in. You just separated the whole enemy team from the neon. Like there's nobody supporting that neon. Neon is close, no problem. Bop. Bop. Take a kill. The whole point of Raze. And then when enemies are pushing, they come close, no problem. Ah, sorry, my ultimate is on the different button. No problem. Like you use the ultimate, use the satchel, kill the enemies. So, like try to, you know, you're not using this nade to back off and to just delay the enemy's push a bit, or maybe to deal some damage. Now, another thing, listen. In games where enemies don't have a controller in their team, you should be abusing operator a lot more. They have nothing to cover the choke points. They have nothing to cover the off angles. They have nothing to stop you from, you know, re-peeking essentially on timing. Like, in this type of matches, using the op for easy kills is something that you need to do. Also, remember one more rule. Like, whenever you get revealed on some kind of a position, either hold that position in a different way or reposition. If I got revealed right now on this speedway, I would either hide here and try to pick the enemies on timing or contact, or I'm just going somewhere else, I don't know, on some secondary off angle. And remember another thing that I would recommend you. Whenever you notice that 3 or 4, actually we talked about this on the attacker side, or I don't know, somewhere during this video, but whatever. Like whenever you notice that that 3 or 4 enemies have less than 3,800 credits, always like force up the outlaw and just go for easy body shots. If enemies are already playing a hull by eco round with light shields, gamble. It's okay. You know, give this Vandal to the Macman, you know, buy the outlaw, buy the shorty, buy the heavy shield. Easiest kills of your life. Abuse the off angles, long range angles. Enemies don't have a controller. Okay.
Caution here.
Whenever you're rotating, always place your crosshair at the most probable angles from which enemies can kill you.
Spike planted.
We should check the mid here as well. We should check the short here as well. Like if I was doing this rotation, this is how this rotation would look like. Bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. Bop 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 bop. And now I go up. So maybe, you know, I do this. Oh, there is an enemy neon there watching at me. I can do this and do a quick repositioning and not die. Maybe as I'm doing this, I'm gonna see the tip of the gun of an enemy that picked a wrong moment of time to peek. Like the guy is doing this, you know, trying to backstab me. And then that guy thinks, this idiot Raze didn't see me. I wait for him a bit and peek him as he's pressing the W key towards me. So don't lose the information for no reason. Listen, when you're using the Raze ultimate, take your time. I mean, like, make sure that you're actually gonna kill an enemy and a target. At the end of the day, you know, you're a juggernaut right now. Like, you're applying enormous amount of mental and physical pressure to the enemies. Nobody is peeking you. You can chill a bit. Like, you don't need to use it immediately, blindly, like this. But also, I mean, using the ultimate there was actually quite solid because on the minimap, like, there were 2 enemies there. I really don't know how enemies didn't die. Maybe they went short, like, behind the doors, no?
There was 2 switch.
Players.
At the end of this round, like, the main mistake was just which fights he chose to prioritize. I mean, like, if there's 3 enemies alive, enemies are pushing A side, but we need to isolate these fights a bit better. Like, your positioning in this type of situations is mega important. I mean, generally speaking, on the A side, I avoid fighting here as much as I can. Like, literally, you will almost never see me fight in this suicide area of the map. Like, I will always prioritize taking the gunfights in this area of the map right here. Like, where I have some kind of a cover where I can isolate angles smarter, like essentially where I don't need to be overexposed from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different off angles and positions. Also, we didn't kill anyone with a Neon ultimate. We saw 2 enemies in this spot. Either those enemies are here, or they are here. I mean, they cannot be short. Or maybe they went A main, which is even worse. Like, then we actually end up in even worse crossfire.
There's 2 switch.
Last player standing. Match boost. Sentry. Alarm
Okay.
bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Joke's over. You're dead.
This round he should have like played on B side because, I mean, enemies were like the best information that we have is, you know, this A B C D E F G thing. Not really that's happening, but I don't know. Okay. It's totally fine that he's rotating a bit faster in this round. I mean, like, enemies are usually pushing S5. Nobody in the... Like, whenever you notice that... Especially when you notice that enemies don't have a single guy that is, like, lurking, flanking, or doing something like that. F it. Like, just do faster rotations and rotate on the first contact. Or make some kind of a move on the first contact between enemies and your teammates. Maybe you can go for the lurks and flanks if you think your teammates are going to stay alive long enough so that lurk and flank actually works for you. Maybe, like, you can try to pinch the enemies, like, really doesn't matter. Depends on the scenario. Nice flush. What made you switch back to low sense? I don't know, I just got bored of the high sensitivity. Listen, another thing. Your settings are bad. Like, I would highly, highly recommend you to replicate these video settings. Copy-paste this. And here, make sure it is full screen. And copy-paste this. Like, there's so many elements. Like, what is this? Like, why is this, you know, lighting? How does this lighting even exist? Like, I didn't know this blocks so much vision, man. You know? Like, high quality settings in Valorant are absolute garbage. Like, they just obstruct your vision for no reason. Visual clarity is mega, mega important. So you can notice enemies faster. Okay? I mean, here, like, whenever you're rotating from position A to position B, there can be a timing for enemies. Like, pay attention on the minimap, like, when your teammates leave the positions and some bomb sites, you don't really want to die from some kind of a spot like that. I mean, I already have already yesterday, when we did a attacker side, we explained an enormous amount of topics, and we discussed an enormous amount of, like, questions that he asked us. We already know what type of training he's gonna get.
I'll be.
There. 30 seconds left. Spike planted. That's done. Last player standing.
Listen, just as a final note, whenever you die in a 50-50 gunfight and you're playing Raze and you didn't use a single piece of your utility to pressure the enemies, and make the gunfight work in your favor. And you had 1 or 2 seconds to do that. You could have done something better. And you deserve to lose that fight. Essentially, this is unacceptable for a, you know,
That's done.
for a Raze main. Like, you jiggle pick this angle, Phoenix goes out, okay, reposition, pull out the boombot, jiggle pick, throw the boombot, throw the nade, satchel, kill him.
Last player.
Instead of contesting this enemy in a 1v1, 50-50 duel. Period. Listen, we discussed enormous amount of topics. Like, this whole VOD review is gonna be like 3.5 hours, maybe 4 hours to be honest, when I combine it. Attack and defense. I will send you to the like, it's really hard for me to essentially like, you know, summarize everything that you should work on, because we talked about so many things, and also this VOD review was done in 2 different parts. After this VOD review, I'm gonna send you all of the private coaching videos that are gonna help you with the initial questions that you've asked me at the start of this VOD review. And also, I'm gonna send you the training that, I mean, I already decided to give you that training yesterday, but I'm gonna send you after this VOD review. Please, that training that I'm gonna send you, like that general training and some other trainings for timings and developing like a better feeling in the game, and also the aim training, keep doing that for like 2 months straight. And after that, we're gonna see like what type of benefits you're getting from the training, and if you're actually improving, if there's some kind of a progress. Or, I mean, to be honest, like reaching like Platinum 1 with 150 hours is really good. Like, you definitely seem like a player that needs a small push, and you can easily get Ascendant 1. Like, if you apply every single piece of information that we've discussed throughout this VOD review, if you apply every single rule and piece of information that you are going to see and watch in the private coaching videos, and if you apply the training, you're gonna get Ascendant 1 easily during the summer. And if you just bump up your playtime, you know, for a bit, even Immortal should be easy for you. And I think the real problems for you are going to, like real problems, are going to begin like in high Ascendant and low Immortal Elo, where players are a lot more egoistic, and your gameplay cannot only be about you anymore. Like, your whole gameplay needs to be about like compensating the mistakes of your teammates, essentially. Other than that, you know, thank you for watching this VOD review. Leave a like, leave a comment, join my Discord server if you want to win, you know, some free coaching, or maybe enter in custom games and stuff like that. Yeah, every single stream, every single day, I'm streaming on twitch.tv/charlatan. You know, joining into my mental degradation journey in EU Radiant lobbies, and see you in the next one.